Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of my supporters on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Joseph Fournier, John Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their conversation while I set up for today's live show.
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Morning, afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon here.
What's so good about it? There's snow all over the ground, the car's slipping all over the place. Great.
It's 60 degrees here.
Well, I will be there in a few weeks. We'll be neighbors, John. Don't ask me how I'm getting there. I don't have a truck. I think we started packing a few boxes. It's a disaster.
Gonna get a U-Haul?
I'm gonna have to. I don't have the funds. These things are expensive, and I haven't been working for the past few weeks. Give me 2 minutes.
How you doing, Righteous?
I'm doing very good. I'm just making some coffee.
That's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for the last little bit to drip through.
Yeah, mine's finished dripping. Mine's in a cup already. I'm just gonna clean out the thingamajig so it's ready for next time. Yeah, well, I guess you could say I'm the gatekeeper of the server now because everybody has to get voice verified and they want to get through me or Droid. So, I don't know.
You're
I guess.
What happened to AI and DD? Aren't they helping you?
AI is usually Droid, Divergent Droid. He's like the most active. He helps me a lot with stuff like that. But I am the most familiar with who was on the server before and like just people out in Discord land in general. Droid is a bit new to Discord, right? So, but he still helps. He still has like a good sense of who we want on and stuff like that, right? Like every now and then, there's like trolly people that come on. Like yesterday during QE show, there was like 3 of them, and they were not serious about it at all or anything like that. They were just total. I guess you could say they're like they want to see the world burn, kind of vibe I got from them. So they didn't get on.
Kind of like trolls, or
Yeah, you could
worse than
say.
that.
And that the thing about this is like they could very genuinely be decent folk, right? But if I'm not in faith for them to be decent folk, then I can't let them on, right? So I gotta judge them based on like, is my server safe if I let them on or not? Not necessarily judging them as in how they live their lives, so to say. Does that make sense?
Right, you can't let some stealth assassin come in and start spouting nonsense. I got
Yeah. That and like, server safety, right? Like there's, you know what I mean?
right, yeah, and it's a shame that you just can't denounce the position and it be done at that. Like you have to ensure it's not heard. It doesn't seem fair.
Wait a second. I'm not following.
Like if somebody comes on and says something that is against the narrative or deemed to be hate speech or whatever, instead of, punishing the server, you would think just to denounce that person should be sufficient.
Um, Actually, you know what? I totally side with Discord on this one because you see they get the pressure too from higher up, right? And if you're in charge of a server, you should have more things in place because we have bots, right? We have bots that can monitor like certain words, right? And we have bots that even can monitor certain videos that get posted. So Discord gives you actually enough things to, you know what I'm saying? So in a sense, you know what? I don't blame Discord at all. I take 100% full accountability. It's like my server is like my house. You know what I'm saying? And if Discord can't trust you with how you run your server, it's like the same thing with me saying I can't trust you with being in my house, right?
Is there a bot that actually can tell what someone's saying in the moment and cut them off as soon as they say it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Fundy Bot.
Yeah, there's a bot that can you can program even certain keywords, right? If you want, right? Like you can like let's say Holocaust. Let's say you don't want Holocaust posted in your Discord server or people talking about it. Then you just flag that word, and whenever people post it, the message gets deleted and they get warned.
Right, but not talking about posting. We were talking about voice chat specifically.
Um, Voice chat is a bit different. No, I don't know anything like that for voice chat, and I'm not too sure that concerned with voice chat in general. Like voice chat, people have a bit more freedom, you could say.
Yeah, until the algorithm catches up with them, which it will eventually. You've seen how good the subtitling is on YouTube and the transcription service that they offer to all. You can just go in, pull out a full transcript. Everything that I'm saying now, by the time it's uploaded, will be fully subtitled. In other words, they know exactly what I'm saying as I'm saying it and transcribing it next to the video for subtitles. But that also means they can assess every word that you've said when they assess the video. So they're not just looking at content matches and music matches. They're looking at word matches with their servers and what they say is allowed.
I got you. I forgot about that. That actually YouTube does that. Oh my goodness, that's
Right, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
Yeah, that's why. That's why voice was. That's why I was bringing voice up. Is I didn't know how you handled that.
Well, they don't, but they will. That's just around the corner.
yeah, they may get to that eventually, but for now it just seems like just people reporting, so to say, because I think Discord's new to learning how to like implement how to moderate their servers, right? So, like Nathan said, until it catches up, right? So yeah, but then we just adapt, right? Like Nathan, I like Nathan how he said, you know, he always keeps an eye on the guidelines, right? Because he wants to be on YouTube and he likes making video for YouTube. So he's always on top of it and he's always adapting to the new guidelines. And I think that's totally legit and fair. Right, Nathan?
Yeah, the same goes for the people themselves. I mean, obviously, there's a standard that I'm going to reach and keep for YouTube because I want to keep my channel. But by the same token, there's a personal standard that you want to maintain. And for that, you end up expanding out the show. In other words, the amount of software that you use to control the show increases as your standards increase. So I was talking to Adam about this the other day. He was going through something on QE's stream, which is, I think for most people, their streams are quite well streamlined, as in they're quite efficient with what they're doing on screen versus what's broadcast. Me, I'm not at all efficient with what I'm doing, you know. And Adam's like, so you just capture it straight off the screen? I'm like, yeah, everything's just captured straight off the screen. It's just, that's how I do it. But it's quite intensive to do that, or to do it that way is quite intensive on the computer. And there's some slicker ways of doing it in terms of, like, for instance, the chat. You can just program into Discord the code to look at a place on the web and get the chat for your live stream. Right, and it'll update itself each stream. And then you just press a button and there it is. It's on your live stream. You don't see it, but the audience sees it. And if you've got your own chat feed, then great. Well, I don't do it that way. I want it to look like, and I do mean exactly like, the chat that everyone else sees. But on the screen, I want it to be the same. Well, the only way I could fathom to do that was to literally capture it off my screen and import that into OBS. But like I say, when you've got lots of different little screen captures here and there all over the place being turned on and off, it's intensive on the CPU. Not that it matters on this CPU. It's like doing 0.5% of work, even when it's doing quite intense work by comparison to everyone else. But you know what I'm getting at.
Right. And it's a good thing you're doing that, because after a while, it seems YouTube doesn't keep track of the chats after like a couple of years. Like the chats vanish. So you preserving that on video is actually preserving what YouTube is not preserving.
Right, there's a certain aspect of stuff that I want dedicated. I mean, it used to be the case that chat was on every stream, just there. Now it's not. If you super chat, it's there. So there's a certain value added aspect to it that I insert for that reason. Like you say, it might disappear. And if you've paid for a super chat, you want it to be attached to the video forever, because you pay for it. Well, if it's on screen, then that will always be the case. It's part of the video itself, not part of the periphery around the video from YouTube. Same goes if it goes onto a different platform. You know, it's there with whoever, when it was live, supported the show. It'd be like taking all the charity donations out of the charity fundraising show on TV when it's rebroadcast. Not that you would, but you know what I'm getting at. It's like, I will just edit out that bit where somebody donated. Why? They donated. They made it onto the stream. A large PayPal yesterday, like larger than typically would be the case. I didn't clarify with the guy if he would want naming, so I'm not going to, but hopefully he knows who he is. Oh, God. Go on, Neil. I wasn't in the middle of a sentence or anything like
that. Sorry. Define large. Like $5,000?
No.
Good for you.
No.
Hush,
No.
Neil, no.
Nothing
Ooh,
like that.
No, we can't talk like that.
Large to me is like, I don't want to mention it because the guy might not want it mentioned. No, it's nowhere near $1,000, but just more than your average $5. That's all I'm saying. Just a reasonably large, making me feel like it wasn't worth mentioning now, and I'm sure he thinks it was worth mentioning. Just a larger than normal amount that I would get. You know, often I get $20 or something on PayPal. I say often, every so often, maybe 2 or 3 times a month. But, you know, when someone sends more than that, you think, oh, wow, that's really noteworthy and very generous. You know, and I write to everybody who sends me PayPal donations and thank them personally. Sometimes you can't do it via email, you have to do it by PayPal, and I don't know if they get that. I hope they do, because I thank every single one of them. But yeah, it's just, I don't want to say his name, but he'll know who he is when he listens back, because I noted it to him. I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. Thank you very much. Especially when I've had a really crap couple of months. Thank you.
Me and Tenth was talking about something we wanted to run by. I don't know if Tenth's ready to talk yet or not, but it was about the reviewing debates. Is that something
Oh, I'm
you were
definitely down for
thinking?
that. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed doing it, in spite of it being quite personally charged with Dave Weiss and the crew from Globebusters. But on the other hand, what a reaction! I mean, that's the best reaction I've had in 2 months. Now, don't get me wrong,
Right.
there was a 1 or 2% reaction that was like, you shouldn't be infighting. You're like, I'm not. I'm highlighting how the Earth's flat. Yeah, I'm pointing out how our compadres fail. But I'm still pointing out to you, the audience member, how the Earth's flat and how the Earth isn't a sphere and how to overcome the argument that wasn't overcome. So had you wasted your time with that stream, you'd have sat through 5 hours of nonsense and not debunked a damn thing. So, by comparison, you look at it and go, well, assessing the debates and pulling them apart based on their inability to address fallacy, inability to overcome a globe argument, inability to prove their positive claims, I think that's incredibly useful. And so does the audience, they've told me.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking you have like, I ain't saying you should do it this way. It's just a suggestion. Like the first 4 days, do the housekeeping. And on the 5th, have a review and practice where we review a debate and go over, pointing out where the housekeeping questions are related to the argument.
I'm down with that. It just takes somebody to find some of the old debates, go back through whoever's been out on the circuit. Because if you just type in Flat Earth Debate, there's a reasonable chance. You won't find me. I mean, heaven forbid that the name of the title brings up my show. Right? After the 50 pages of fundies that don't have Flat Earth or debate in their title, perhaps, you'll find me. But
Well-
before that, you'll find
well-
plenty of... Go on.
I was going to say, well, shouldn't your viewers be selecting the ones we review?
Yeah, I suppose I'll say it in the live show then. I'll suggest that if you're a viewer and you've seen a debate and you want better debaters to look over it, then, just let me know what the title is in full, like the exact spelling of the words in the title for that video, so I can type it into search in YouTube and go straight to it, or better still, a time-stamped, actual link to the video, which might not come in. I don't know how my spam settings are. But in any event, just tell me and we'll go through it on a Friday. Why not?
Yeah, it was a good discussion. It wasn't just John and I, but I think Eli and Arvin was there as well, and Adam was listening. I think it's time, especially after the result of that one. And it's time to reinvent who you are, because you came in at a volatile time with volatile people and them crashing your show, posting all kinds of stuff, coming into the panels. I remember we had to keep an eye out who was there. We had to shut the show down. We had to start the show again. That was the birth of this channel. And now I think it's time to reinvent and gain that greater audience. There are some people that still want the old Nathan Oakley, but we've shown who those people were. And I think that should go in the past, just personally.
Old Nathan Oakley, what do you mean?
Well, they'd like the way you treat anti-flat earthers, the crudeness in your language, all that I think is bygone era.
Oh, really?
I think we're in the new era.
I think
I
you've
think we're in
become a
the-
bit rose-tinted glasses towards me, if I'm honest. Not being self-deprecating, but
Hold on. Can
Well,
I
let me
can
finish.
I
I
argue
need-
for Tent's point
Why
on
is
this?
everybody trying to change Nathan?
No,
I'm not. I
not.
haven't,
Hold
Neil.
on,
Don't
I
worry
just want
about
to say this.
go on.
As
I just
long
want to
as I-
say,
Yeah, go ahead,
that-
John. But as long as I get to finish what I was going to say, go
Yeah,
on.
go on, John. Then you can
Right.
finish off then.
I don't think Tent's saying that you need to be a different person completely. What he's pointing out is the argument's over. And like your radar doesn't have to be up. You don't have to be on the defensive waiting on somebody to come claim nonsense. It's over. So now it's kind of time to review.
Well, in review, we
Yeah.
will, hopefully sharpen the knives of other people who are out there doing it, because they'll want to watch themselves get assessed, and hopefully they'll take it in a nice way. Go ahead, 10th, round out your point. I'm sorry we talked through it.
Yeah, look, you're sitting on a bomb ready to explode to go to 100,000 subscribers, but it's being held back because you're not reinventing yourself, in my opinion. Okay, so It's time to get to the mainstream with this. And the way to get to the mainstream is similar to what we had a conversation about yesterday, and what John just said now, I concur wholly, is that if people can tune in to a channel that deconstructs debates and shows them how, and then gives, while doing that, the 8 housekeeping questions as the tools to do it, and then a series of questions to be asked of the opposite side for proof rather than fallacious arguments, and just describing what went wrong in a recorded debate, and here's how it could have been better. The debate's over on flat Earth, as John said. I mean, we've got them. They're reeling. They have to go against their claim in order to how can I put it? I guess when people allegorize the Bible, is because they don't want to accept what it
You're
says.
overcomplicating. It's just to
And so-
continue debating. When they have to go against their argument, to continue debating.
Yes. Yeah. So when I talk to people who don't want to take the Bible literally where it's literal, I'm not talking about poetry or stuff like that, but where it's literal, they allegorize it. Well, they allegorize it to get out of a position. Well, no, it can't mean that because I hold this view, and if I hold this view and that means that, I can't hold my view. And so once you destroy the arguments through the housekeeping questions, and whether you like it or not, you're really good at it. You summarize it well, you pick it apart immediately, say, hold on, you just committed a fallacy, so I can't let you go further. If someone heard you do that over and over, then when they're in a talk on any subject, they're going to be able to do that. But I think for your show to hit 100,000 subs and even more, is you got to reinvent you to be that guy.
I think this is a great idea. I think, bring the mountain to Muhammad. We'll go through their debates. We'll highlight the good bits as well. I mean, maybe there's really good bits out and about, people on the circuit doing a really good job. I haven't personally seen that, but there we go.
That's why it's going to be awesome, because what's keeping you back from the big audience is where we're stuck with these people, whoever they are. I don't want to go through the list. But the minute you change the show's direction, oh, gee, Nathan's reviewing debates, and I'm on one of them.
Well, I'm down with it. Let's do it now. Who's got a debate that we can assess?
All right. Well, we'll have to. Let's see. Flatzoid does it. Other people do it, but we can go back in the past. We can pull up old debates. We can pull up Professor Dave. We can pull up Simon Dan. We can do McToon. We can just grab all their old material and just go one by one by one.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for me. I don't watch any of it. I have no idea where to begin.
No, your panel. I'll raise my hand and say
I'm more keen than you realize. I'm saying let's do this immediately.
Okay, you want to go look now and post one?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
Are you talking about like taking videos and giving them the treatment? Then I'm all in.
What we did with Dave Weiss, Jaron, Whitsitt, and Hibbler with...
I'm in.
Okay. AI Overlord, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just got to call my boss so I can quit my job so I have time
Yeah, no
to
worries.
be a participant.
Well, what I was going to say too is, there was a lot of vitriol with how the Dave Weiss and Jaron thing was approached. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
It
when we
won't be.
do.
I tried to qualify that at the start, which is to say that there's a certain personal involvement with that crew and myself, and has been for 4 years. And that personal attachment means that there's going to be a certain level of underlying negativity from me when I'm being called a scammer, and I'm defending myself in doing that. Now, needs must. I've gone, okay, what's the situation? I'm being called a scammer, and as a result of the audience being told I'm a scammer, they're being informed that they need an alternative to me because I'm a scammer. Then they set up a debate show to upstage us and what we do, with the idea being that they do a better job than we do. Okay, well, I'm going to have to defend my honour or defend you guys and your honour in this regard, right? So we go through it with a bit of taste in our mouth, going, ugh, this isn't very nice. We don't want to have to be responding to you. Flatsoid, on the other hand, John's done Flatsoid a couple of times, right? Where he's gone through Flatsoid's debates with people. The problem is I like Flatsoid.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily, this could be Dave's defence. I like Jaron, right? Who are you to me? Some guy who I pay to go and defend my Bitcoin. So what? I like him. So the fact that he's calling him a scammer isn't enough for me to defend your honour. Why would you think that? And likewise, it's like, well, I like Flatsoid. So when it comes to the criticism of him not necessarily doing a great job or injecting fallacy or begging the question on their behalf and things like that, he might not be appreciative of it. You just don't know. Not that that should
Well,
matter.
see, that's the thing. Like with my debate, I know I made mistakes, right? With Ruhif and McToon, I know I made mistakes, but it was in the heat of the moment, and if we reviewed if we reviewed that, I wouldn't get upset about it. It was in the heat of the moment,
Yeah.
just like Anthony's not going to get upset with what QE said because Anthony
Maybe
made a
that's the
mistake.
first. Maybe
It
that's
makes
the
the
first
show great.
episode you should have. You should teach flat earthers that arguments aren't the same as your personal identity, and if you think they are, then there's a problem with you.
That's
Right.
true.
If your argument's flawed, that doesn't mean you're a bad person. So this is a problem with a lot of flat earthers right now. They're going around accusing other people of having bad arguments and then making moral implications and accusations against them because of it. Cough, cough, insert name here of anybody doing it at the moment.
Or a wider reaching accusation. So this person's made a bad argument, therefore they are a government paid agent here to destroy the flow of truth to the greater community.
It's just constructive criticism, innit? And it depends how you just highlight what could be a flaw in that debate by either the Glober or the Flat Earther. Just to pause it and say, well, maybe if they would have said this, or maybe if they would have said that, it may have come across better or led to a different sentence further after. It's just constructive criticism, and that's all it is. And I think it's brilliant. Really enjoyed the Dave Weiss one. It was fantastic.
Yeah, but that was, like
so
I say,
check
it
this
might...
out.
I just hope the enjoyment wasn't
ahead.
taken from the passion directed in the negative towards that crew. Now, people might come back and when we're like, now, we don't want to say this in the nicest possible way, but if you'd have phrased this as this, people might find that boring.
Well, no, we don't even have to do no, but like even when the Globers make a point and get it through, we can point out how they were successful and why.
Gotcha.
We can
Okay.
detach our emotions from it,
No, I gotcha. And we did that with Brent, though, to a degree, didn't we? We're like, here's where he did well. This is where he achieved. And here's where he didn't.
Right. Yeah, it's because
I got
he
two.
wasn't the best debater, but there was some points where he absolutely crushed them on it and silenced all four of them.
See, to me, being a good debater isn't necessarily having the best arguments, right? And I tried to touch on this yesterday. What makes him good is being able to pick the battleground well. Now, I can only say this because he specifically mentioned me. He knows where we are and he knows what we do, but he didn't interact with us. The easiest route, the quickest route, the front door that's just open to stroll through is here, right? In order to arrange that discussion would have taken far more effort. Very smart. Because you pick your opponent, right? If you've got a lineup and you're like, look, I'm an educated man and I want to come on your show. You believe you can defeat all of my arguments, right? He's got to sell that to them in a way that gets him on the show. And he succeeded. Well, that deserves props in and of itself because he won. Does it matter that he's not got the best skill with the blade if he takes the opponent's head off? It doesn't really matter. The guy's lying dead. It didn't matter that the guy was quite puny and not very well disciplined with the blade or arrived late.
Yeah.
Who cares? He won.
Yeah, but pretty soon you got to take on the best. It's good to pick easy opponents. Like when you start out as a boxer, They bring you up very slowly, easy opponents, till you get confidence. But then eventually, you gotta get in a ring with the champ if you want the title. You want a shot at the title, you gotta come to FED.
Not everybody wants the title. Some people just want to feel better about being right by showing that somebody who they're opposing can be demonstrated to be wrong. Therefore, they are right. Well, that's pain relief. So I don't think anybody wants, or maybe they view it in that way, Neil, that they see us as the reigning champs. But it's a really weird psychology that they have towards us. While they simultaneously tell us that we're idiots, they also try and grasp as much of our attention as they possibly can. It's weird. It's a very weird dynamic in Flat Earth with anti-Flat Earthers.
Yeah, and
But you have two
plus the
fighters.
idea of the champs, where Jaren and Dearth, they have the bigger channels. In the mind's eye of the people that aren't familiar with us or with Nathan, those people are the champs. You know what I mean? So it was a really good pick on Bryant's part.
I agree. Yeah, and that in and of itself, it's sort of outside the purview of what we saw in debate. To put himself into a winning position, that in itself shows intelligence.
Just talking about that Dave Wise one you did, Nathan, as well. There'd be a lot of flat earthers who would have watched that without you stepping in, and they wouldn't have noticed any of them errors or possible other ways he could have dealt with them comments and situations, or how he should have done, and would have thought, "Oh, Dave did a good job," and he didn't. And you paused it and you went through it and highlighted why. So it's really, really good.
And it's very
Yeah,
quiet.
I thought so too.
Hopefully you'll have found some AI overlord was trying to get a word in again. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, for example, in art, right? A lot of people think art is subjective. And when you actually take professional or an education series in art, part of what you learn is how to critique work objectively. Even though the ultimate impression is subjective, there are objective standards within art. Well, what happens is you get a class of kids or college students, even adults, right? And you have everybody's artwork up for critique. They all had the same assignment. And most of the people won't say anything bad about anybody else's artwork, even when they have been given an objective metric. It's like they're too timid to point out the errors. And the problem is that when you do that, every single student never gets better because they think that their stuff is fine. Because everybody tells them, "Oh, your stuff is great." So if you have an objective critique, right, standard, and you go through something, you say, "Okay, here the colors aren't complementary, here the perspective isn't correct, et cetera, et cetera."
Wow, this is from a big channel. Jubilee, 7.5 million subscribers. Flat Earthers versus scientists. Can we trust, that's a reification fallacy, science, middle ground? Can we trust science? What? Go on, Neil.
I was gonna say, I bet they're talking about pseudoscience.
Yeah, you can bet they're talking about pseudoscience because this is a reification fallacy. Can we trust science? Scientific method doesn't have lips to trust. It doesn't have a shifty character. You don't trust science. It's a method of establishing cause and effect. That's what it is. So trust it. It's an empirical method. Can you put things through it to establish the cause of an effect? Yeah. Does that mean you need to trust it? There's no trust involved, but this is obviously very mainstream, so it'll be all about whether or not we trust men in white coats and what they say about space. Probably. I'm just guessing. If there's a reification fallacy in the title, it's not a good start.
There's a host of, I think the first person we take on and we commit a whole week to it is Professor Dave. There's a host of debates that he comes on.
Yep.
He's very out there when it comes to demeaning our position, and you see some of the things he says, and he's got part 1, part 2, part 3 on some, and then of course the one he did with David Weiss could be on the list as well. So let's just take these people down one by one and show people how they construct their arguments against flat Earth and how it's fallacious and it can't be backed.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Want to hear a bit of
I've
this?
been thinking about it for a while, so we're all on the same page.
A bit
May I
about
make a
the
suggestion?
universe
not to
coming
say
into
why?
existence, when that happened. Modern humans don't get their cosmology, they don't get their physics, they don't get their knowledge of the universe from the Bible or any ancient text.
It's sort of like the God of the gaps. Once
There's a bit of a nothing conversation going on at the point I've started, but there we go. Volume-wise, was that okay? Probably a little,
that was good.
little bit too loud.
John, I disagree. I think all is fair game at this point. We are not personal. We are talking about, at this stage, critiquing and reviewing debates, especially when the globe side says we win and we humiliated these flat earthers. Okay, fine. There's plenty of those. But then within our own realm of flat earth brethren, right? It's also important when we critique those debates like the one Nathan did, which really gave birth to this idea, because once I saw how he did that, I said, oh my gosh, this is like, the show will just sizzle in the future, because everyone wants a cheat sheet. Everyone wants cliff notes before the test. And so when you're going to go into a debate, you want to hear the main points you're going to hear and how to overcome it. Well, there'll be one channel they can go to if we make this a very successful enterprise. It'll be this channel.
Well, yeah, I agree, Tenth. It's just the perception of it going after Dave Weiss so soon after.
We're
I
not
say-
going. Yeah, I know. I know.
I know you're not saying that, but and you're saying everything's fair game, and I agree. But I'm saying, like, there's other debates we can do between this one and that.
Yeah.
But-
No, that's fine. Let's give Dave a month off. Fine.
No, bury him.
You guys are thinking about it all wrong. What Nathan?
There you go.
I would suggest Nathan go ahead and here we go. So Nathan wants more engagement from his audience. That would be great. So why not do polls? Get a few suggestions and then put them in a poll and let the audience decide which videos that you do the critiques on.
Because
Yeah, we already said that. That's part
because
of it.
yes, in terms of who will pick, but in terms of the ideas we do, that's you guys, right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, Eli's got a strong point here. Let's include the audience. If I hear Eli right, let me try to summarize it. Let's include the audience into what we're talking about. And they like, for example, when one deck came here and said, hey, look at this thing, and he showed it to us and you critiqued it. Then I brought the one from Scientific American. I said, this is a good thing to do as well. So we do it with the written press as well as the live debate shows, whether it's critiquing flat earthers debating or the other side saying they scored a win, like Professor Dave and McToon, and just the audience will say, yeah, I have a few too. And so there's nothing wrong with what Eli's saying. The war chest will grow.
I definitely like,
Okay, just take,
they're.
Sorry.
I was going to say I definitely liked the video of Nathan reviewing step by step and taking apart the argument and how it, like, I watched that one twice now, and it's just really good entertainment.
After one deck says what he wants to say, let me give you a real live report of a situation.
I can't remember now. Sorry.
I heard you piping in. All right, let me go ahead, and if you come in, I'll let you talk. When I'm talking to fellow flat earthers, and I'm used to the standard of your show, they'll bring something, as you guys, and we've heard it called here, 2015 arguments. and I listen, and almost like unintentionally, I correct them. I go, wait a minute, just let him talk. So then I'm sorry, just go ahead and talk. And so I say, so have you heard the stronger arguments? What stronger arguments? And then I share the arguments of our show. Oh, wow, okay. So the whole point is, if we can bridge the gap of how majority of flat earthers talk when they want to prove the globe to the stronger arguments, I'm all for that. That way, all across the nation and everywhere that this discussion is being had, the killer arguments that end the debate are being had rather than the endless loop of these old arguments that they have. Well, you say that, I say this. They say that, I say that. What we do, they can't say anything.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, with this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by 10th Man, Eli, Righteous, Neil, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in Gilded, Discord. Welcome one and all.
Hello, what's happening?
Hey!
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, welcome. We're going to rattle our way through housekeeping because there's going to be a slight change to our regular scheduled formatting today. We'll see how it goes. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Oh,
No,
It's been
there's
debunked.
no. That's what they need, and they've never had it.
In the mathematics, it would only exist there below surface level.
Right, Eli, how did your question go? Because I don't want to get it wrong even once. You there? Has everything stopped working? I was asking Eli to rattle off his housekeeping question. Is there any evidence that level is equidistant from the centre of Earth? Going
I
on.
think so.
Total silence. I love it. What a mad impact that housekeeping has had, Eli.
it is. If you're thinking and you're like trying to figure it out.
Is anybody suggesting that there is?
Yeah, anti-flat earthers suggest that because of some definition that they found dug up somewhere, 5th paragraph down, that level is actually running adjacent to the outside edge of their sphere Earth. So that's what they say. It's equidistant to the centre of the sphere Earth. Well, if you look on screen now, you've got eye level and surface level. Well, those two things are straight lines. They're not running equidistant to a sphere. And part of the derivation of their maths to derive a horizon we will never see below surface level, that's Earth curve that we debunked in 2020, they need level to be level, not to be equidistant to a sphere surface, because it balls up all of their maths. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No, no evidence for that. And the way they give us the current number of 93 million miles is to have a radius value to a sphere that doesn't exist. So the previous question destroyed that war chest information that they never had.
Plus, the distance that they give has changed over the centuries. Copernicus said it was 3 million miles away. Kepler, 12 million miles. Newton said it doesn't really matter. Benjamin Martin, 81 millions of miles. Thomas Dilworth, 93 millions of miles. So there's no evidence, because if there was evidence, it wouldn't change whatsoever.
It's because it's based
Well, not
on
only
Kepler's third law. So Kepler gives you a scaling calculation. That's all you get out of him. It doesn't actually give you any distances or sizes. So to use it, you have to impose something to give you scale. Now, at the moment, the thing that's used to give you scale is Venus. So if you're wondering why Venus is called Earth's twin, it's because it's assumed to be the same size as a presupposed sphere Earth with radius 3959. Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius, and Venus radius?
Equator.
What about it?
Inference. Well, every diameter has to have a radius. So since we have the
but that's
diameter,
on a flat plane. So the radius value of the equator,
So?
or the equatorial plane, would merely be Polaris at the centre, and then the outside edge, all the points that you could see it from, as it lowered towards your horizon on those outside edges. So i.e., if you're standing in the middle at the GP of Polaris, you could lie on your back and look, and it would be above your head. And then if you walked as far as you could possibly go to the very outside edge extremities of where you could see Polaris, you'd call that the equator. It's an arbitrary position, but it's merely an area of equal elevation. Now, if you're saying that that circle, because you can call it that, is radius based, then yeah, okay, you can draw out a circle. Again, it's completely arbitrary at this point when you describe it that way. But that's not in relation to the centre of a sphere Earth, are we? And that's what the question's in relation to. 3959 at the centre of a sphere Earth.
well, if you have a diameter, then what else is it a diameter of, if not a sphere?
does a two-dimensional circle have a diameter?
Yeah, that's where he started. Now he's just flipped the... Yeah, whatever, Arwin. Can we move on? Any scientific evidence of gravity?
What's gravity?
go in
Which
truth?
one? Einstein and Newtonian. There's no evidence for either of them anyway.
I'm not the one with the claim. You tell me if you want to claim it. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Negative.
Are we asking for scientific evidence of a downward bias?
Whatever they say gravity is, it's definitely a claim. And if they're going to claim it, I want scientific evidence for it. That's why I'm asking for it.
No, you can't have it. Sorry.
They'll say apple falls down from a tree, and they'll give it a speed of 9.8 meters squared per second.
Well, somebody told me yesterday that everything does go down except gas.
That's not everything then, is it?
As the apple decays, does it give off gas?
Yes.
It's part of the apple. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Oh, yes. Apparently, I actually posted the link in Master V. Somebody in my chat today told me that there was a measurement of the speed of light. And then they basically linked me up with this, which was not what I expected. But yeah, hilarious.
Did you want to save that till Brian gets here? Don't mind if you want to go through it now.
Maybe. But yeah, the thing why I'm bringing it up now is because apparently this Römer guy, guess what? He was an astronomer very blatantly, and he calculated the speed of light based on astronomy. Apparently.
Is that a measurement? Calculation? Is that a measurement?
Calculation.
Yeah, but that's the problem with astronomy now, isn't it?
In there, John's question. You said calculate. Well, is there any measurement involved in this?
Wait, where am I?
Have a scan through
yeah.
it. We'll come back to this when Brian
Angular
joins.
measurement, perhaps, but
Maybe.
Yeah, flat Earth for that.
Have a look through, and then when Brian returns, hopefully you'll have something to come back to him with, because that's kind of his thing.
Yeah, I think Brian's already pretty much said it's either, I think it was 2 calculations and 4 assumptions, or the other way around. So yeah, Brian's on it.
Yeah, but how can you calculate something without measurement?
I'd already presented
Like I can calculate.
I'd already presented it. Don't worry, we'll come back to it.
You mean
funny
like
though, it
Venus?
says Romer's determination of the speed of light. Not really measurement, is it? Determination.
Right, you could make a calculation for the gas lamps in Narnia. It won't make that a measurement of anything. You know what I mean?
Well, do what Kepler did with Venus. Same thing.
Well, how could you get the speed of light? It's got to be a way.
If it had a speed, it would. Yeah, you would.
When I shine my flashlight, it appears on the other side of the room. It had to get there somehow, right?
No. Doesn't have to travel. It can just manifest.
Is there a viable hypothesis in our midst?
No.
Absolutely not. No.
Okie dokie then. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Well, of course. I mean, they tried to measure it, dig to it, and they couldn't get any single prediction right. So why wouldn't there be a molten iron core, right?
So no measurements for the R value, but they got the molten iron core right. Is that right?
Yeah, they use a sonogram Earth.
Well, how did they measure the sonogram's return signal without a flat baseline?
Oh dear.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's just mathematics and all that.
Alrighty then. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container?
Negative.
Wouldn't know
Everything-
how to test it.
Everything on this Earth that we deal with pressure needs to be contained, from hairspray to propane, you name it.
Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
What a stupid question that is.
What's the definition of an angle?
2 lines, straight in nature, meeting at a vertex.
Well, a baller I think I saw a hangout where a baller said that, and the flat earthers did not disagree or point out how that's impossible.
No, the
So-
baller said that the line was meeting or skimming a curved surface to give them an angle. Wrong, but they agreed to it. We cover everything?
Yeah, I think so. The problem with the elevation angle and the meeting of a curved surface, even skimming, as laughable as one that did earlier. But you have the GP of the star or sun and the GP of the observer. That whole thing has to be the radius of a circle of equal altitude, straight. So there's no way around it.
I'd love to know what's causing G plus to distort. Can't figure it out. Sorry. If you're listening and there's crackling, I can't figure out what's causing it. It didn't used to happen on the old computer. It used to be me that crackled. Anyway, right. I think we've completed the housekeeping, which is good because we're going to do something a little bit different today. So I'm doing this completely blind, but we're going to be having a look at a bit of a mainstream video. So I'm going to have to be pausing quite a lot so I don't end up being struck for copyright. But we're going to react to this. We've already pointed out in the pre-show the video, which is called Flat Earthers versus Scientists. Can we trust science? Middle ground. Now, can we trust science is a reification fallacy. You know, it's not building credibility. It's not got a name that you can defame. It's a method. So the title itself has got a reification fallacy in it, which isn't great. But there we go. That's where we're beginning. Now, in the pre-show started it. We've picked a random spot. It was a bit boring when I played a few seconds just to check the audio was okay. But we're going to go on from wherever we randomly land and react to it. So if you hear me pausing every 10 seconds when nothing's been made as a point just to go, it's just because I don't want to get copyright strikes for playing stuff, which I don't typically do. So is everybody ready? Try and keep yourselves on mute.
You know, people used to believe that lightning was God's wrath and throwing these lightning bolts, but once we understood it was a natural process, God shrank a little bit more because now we couldn't attribute those lightning bolts to God. We had to attribute that to the real science.
Okay, so science for lightning. So far, so good, no issue.
The other thing, to the point about the Bible.
Go on.
I was going to say we can attribute that to science. That seems like a reification fallacy, right?
It is a bit of a reification fallacy, but I'll let him go with it because he might later in this, I can't preemptively say that because he might later go on to establishing the cause of that phenomena, which is within the purview of science. So based on that, it's loose, but you could start to form an idea that he's building a reification fallacy, especially as one's in the title. But yeah.
Bible specifically for me is, why is that one particular text the correct one? You choose to believe that, and that's fine, but there's so many other writings and so many other books, so why?
Okay, this is supposed to be a discussion about science, and already we're talking about a historical standard in terms of finding out whether or not primary source research has been done on texts, whether or not they've gone back through the Hebrew in the Bible. This isn't science. This has nothing to do with science. They're testing the faith of the opponent and establishing grounds in faith, not science. Unless somebody wants to correct me.
It's important to do that when you're going to put up pseudoscience as an alternative to the Bible. That you have to attack their position if your position is going to be based on faith as well.
I see. So if they're going to postulate woo-woo for the globe earth and heliocentrism, then they're going to attack what they perceive to be woo-woo from the opponent's side. Okay.
Why weren't they correct? Why is just the Bible correct?
Well, what you'll find in a lot of these ancient religions is they're all flat earth religions.
Who cares? That means nothing in a discussion about science and scientific evidence. Why are we discussing whether or not many religions in the past believed the earth was flat, or could even document it as being flat? It matters not unless they're proving it's flat. This means nothing. So again, anybody who's out there on a religious vibe trying to fight the flat earth, or fight for the flat earth, with your religious doctrine, it doesn't go over here. I mean, I don't allow it on the live show. It's like, no, this isn't a proof. Anybody got anything to add? I know there's a lot of Christians on the panel.
Like you said, what's the title of this debate?
Flat earthers versus scientists. Can we trust science?
Yeah, so let's stick to the title. And what this guy's already done is he's cast the science guy. He's already got them going to ancient manuscripts, which is historical data. It's not science. We're not even on science yet.
It got him on the defensive, though, didn't he, Tim?
Yeah, but that's okay. I would say at this point to anybody, I go, so do you believe in the Bible that it's God inspired? No. Okay, good. Then let's take it off the table. Let's go with the subject matter of science.
Yeah, we're not talking about what people believe. This isn't a believe discussion.
Well, I agree, but as far as his debating point, he has got them on the defensive now. They're defending their position and the position of ancient religions. So it was a good tactic. I mean, it's a skeezy tactic, don't get me wrong, but it was a tactic that worked.
Yeah, but also
the-
realize what he's doing is she said, but all these ancient religions that you're saying things about never looked at the earth as a globe. So she's using that and saying, see, they thought it was flat, but he's not talking about that. It's like, get to the science part of this. This is what the whole thing is called science. Are you using real science, or are you going to sit here and tell me that the ancient manuscripts of many religions is what you want to talk about? I mean, is this guy a theologian or a scientist?
Okay, so I can see it from the subtitles that are up already. All their cosmology goes back to being a flat Earth with an enclosed system. So that's going to be the next statement from this chick. Okay, fine. Let's see if the next breath brings us a proof of why that would be the case. If not, we'll explain the proof rather than the baseless assertion that's being made.
The cosmology goes back to being a flat Earth with an enclosed system. So it's not just the Bible that teaches this.
Okay, and you're going to base that on whether or not the Bible says it and whether or not you've just said it. Well, that's a baseless assertion fallacy. So what you say, Earth is an enclosed system, and the Bible affirms it, this isn't a proof of anything. This is weak. Very, very, very weak. Because she hasn't gone on to say, we have gas pressure on Earth. Gas, at pressure, needs something to press on. The force is the force exerted on the walls of the containment. Gas expands to fill whatever containment we're in. Now, if the sky was a vacuum, then we wouldn't have any gas to breathe. Ergo, we must have containment. Not the olden time books say it's flat and has containment. So that's a thing. What? Useless.
This is what they've done, Nathan. They like the Bible says God created everything. Fine, let's stick to the creation of God, because the creation will have boundaries. The creation will have rules to it. Natural law is part of creation. And what they're doing is they're getting them to go to these different ancient manuscripts and keeping the subject on that, where if you say, fine, let's keep the Bible out of it, okay, because you have to be a person of faith to accept the Bible. Let's just stick to science. What do you got? Can you have gas pressure without a container? See, it's so simple, but she didn't go there.
It's
Exactly.
many different religious books.
So one problem I have is to trying to explain phenomena happen in nature by holy books. Those are
Okay, good start. I would agree. Yeah, you're not going to explain phenomena in nature with holy books. No, you explain that with science. So hopefully that's where we're going next.
religious books. Those are not books of science. And
Whoa, 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 whoa. Not books of science. Sorry, science is a method. Having it written down in a book that has the title saying science on it doesn't mean that it's any more or less valid than the Bible in this regard. In fact, it's equally valid or invalid because it's not science. Science is a method of establishing the cause of the phenomena that you just mentioned. And now you're going to tell me that the books that they're using aren't as good as my books. It doesn't matter what book you've got the outcome to a scientific experiment based on a hypothesis. That's just the documentation of the experiment, as opposed to what I know is coming. And we all on the panel know what's coming. They're pseudoscience written down with a title on the book that says science, therefore you've got to accept it.
Well, I think they're all doing a great job of keeping the burden of proof on the flat earthers at this moment. So as far as, because the title of the debate the point is it hasn't even been put into contention of whether they have science or not, or if it is science.
Well, he
So they've
mentioned
done well so far.
He mentioned phenomena. So you would expect the next thing in regards to phenomena, given that that's a dependent variable, part of a scientific prediction, aka hypothesis, that would be what he was talking about. But no, the next thing off his breath is, well, is it written down in these books that are called science or not? Because that's not a science book. I didn't get it out from the science section in the library. I got it out from the holy section. So it's not science. How do you know the book in the science section science? Shouldn't we establish what science is first before we decide which book is right about it?
Absolutely. But the thing is, the flat earthers at this point are defending a position they don't need to, and they have an ambiguous term called science at this point that hasn't been attacked.
Right, so by that standard, the flat earthers could just say, no, the Bible is definitely stored in the science section of the library. It is science. I say it is. Oh, you say it isn't? Well, let's define what science is real quick then. Science would be the establishment of cause and effect based on natural phenomena after formulating a hypothesis, aka scientific prediction, to then go forth to validate or invalidate your prediction by way of experiment, after which you can form a theory. That is the scientific method.
And it is wrong to infer or deduct scientific readings out of those books.
Why is it unreasonable to deduct scientific meaning from a book? Any book that's stating a scientific experiment being done. I don't care if it's come from the veterinary section, the biblical section, or the science fiction section. If what's actually in there is the establishment of a cause and effect relationship after observing a phenomena in nature and then an experiment to prove the presumed cause true, doesn't matter what book it's in. The standard isn't what book or what section or what title the book has come from. All that matters if it's science is has it followed the method or not. Nobody's detailing that from either side, and as John's pointed out several times, the burden's being stacked in the favour of the pseudoscience pretender clowns who are going to claim their books labelled science are more valid than the holy books that aren't.
Nathan, this is already obvious that the debate hasn't even started. It's one side is science, but they're really pseudoscience, and that's still yet to be uncovered by the other group. And that side is saying the other side is ancient books. We haven't even started the debate yet. If I'm talking to an atheist, I'm not going to open up my Bible. If I'm talking to a scientist, I'm not going to open up my Bible. If I'm talking to a Christian, then I'm going to open up my Bible.
My name is Wendell. I am a logical, biblically based, and scientific flat earther.
I'm pretty sure we'll be the judge of that.
I didn't start out, and no one starts out as a flat earther, but I had a lot of questions. So I actually...
This is so 2015. Does anybody give a crap how this guy became a flat earther?
No.
Spin on.
Out there right now. The problem is the information from someone who decides to
a good time for a
start a
commercial, isn't it?
website or produce a YouTube video is not reliable. When I have a toothache...
Sorry, if you get the information from Google or YouTube or an individual, it matters not if you've got validatable hypothesis tests, aka experiments. Doesn't matter who gives it you. If I start talking about a validated scientific experiment, it doesn't matter that I'm a YouTuber. It doesn't matter that you search for me through Google. It doesn't matter if you were handed my name on a piece of paper wrapped up in a pack of fags. It does not matter. All that matters is the information scientifically valid or not? But what, we're going to assess who's a valid source before they've given us any information? Oh, it's YouTube. So obviously it's all wrong. No, if I lay down a validated experiment that's perhaps saving your life with some medicine that you might be taking, does it mean that suddenly you're going to, relinquish that medicine because I showed and demonstrated to an audience how it has been validated through the scientific method? Because I'm on YouTube? How absurd.
I go to a dentist. When my car breaks down, I go to a mechanic. When you have questions about cosmology, you should go to an astrophysicist, you should go to a physicist, you should go to people who have spent years and years studying these ideas.
Ideas? He just said physics. So this guy clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. We're going to talk about ideas in physics that deals with the physical. That would be science. Yeah, the phenomena that we observe in nature and the study thereof is physics. All of the sciences fall under physics. But what you want to say, these people who've spent a long time thinking about stuff become science? Wrong. Definitely not. Science is a method. Have you fulfilled the method or not? Do I care if you did it after one day of claiming to be a scientist in white coat, or you did it after a lifetime of pretender clowning in a university? I couldn't care less how long you've spent doing it. Do you have a validatable, viable hypothesis to put forth as an experiment to validate your presumed cause? And have you validated your presumed cause as the cause or not?
Not
Nathan,
some 6 minute.
Nathan, pause, please. Don't we have a housekeeping question based on the fields that he just mentioned?
Yeah, any viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. Have they got any valid hypotheses? No. So what's he got to appeal to? Well, he's got to appeal to how many years in the job they've got and what their title was during their time in the job. Like I care. And simultaneously say these people are putting their information forth on YouTube. That man's had 7 years at university. What he says goes.
Well, he's appealing to a clerical error, isn't he? Because they've been mislabeled, as QE says, as it's a clerical error, where they've been mislabeled as science. He's now appealing to them as an authority within science.
Minute YouTube video. There is a percentage of people that if they saw a YouTube video that was not within their scientific chops to refute.
Right, not within their scientific chops to refute. I've refuted your last two sentences about what science is without any effort whatsoever, and I'm on YouTube. What are you talking about? What are scientific chops? Are they like sideburns, like mutton chops coming down your face, but with a viable hypothesis attached? What the hell are scientific chops? Refuting the science claims. No, that's done in the methodology. You refute your presumed cause of the effect you're studying in nature when you perform the method of science. It's not up to somebody after the fact to come up and have the chops to do it. They've either validated an experiment and then you just present the data. There's no arguing with the data because it's empirical. You either validate your cause if A, then B. Therefore, you've validated A as the cause of B. Or you validate your null if A, not B. Now, when that's presented, you varied A, it didn't cause B. You don't need any scientific chops. You just need to be able to read. Or understand science, as you clearly do not, my friend.
Refute, on the face of it, would believe anything out there.
Not about belief. Believe after having the scientific chops to assess something that doesn't need assessment. It's either valid or it isn't. It either validated the null or it validated the alternative. Either way, it's validated something if it's real science. But what, we need to believe things? This is a crock of crap. You know what? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised which side of the argument this guy's on. I don't know which side of the argument this guy's on. He could be on either. He could be one of our numpties or their numpties. It makes no odds. They're all just as bad as each other at this point.
There.
One of the things I will say is NASA.gov has their own documents out there that we get to vet, which is through the Freedom of Information Act. And would you agree that NASA documents...
Sorry, documents? Isn't this a science discussion? What are we now? Clerics? Why are we looking at documents? Does it matter what NASA file? NASA are claimed to be in a sky vacuum. Yeah, taking place in Narnia right now is NASA information. Now, it's not really happening in Narnia. It's happening in some studio somewhere in the States. That's where it's actually happening. They're filming it in a studio. They claim that studio is flying around in a presupposed orbital motion in a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum to give NASA the ability to be in a place that they'd need to produce documents about, then we'd all be dead. So who cares what their bloody documents say? The sky is not a vacuum, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Not that that's science, it's natural law. But that natural law debunks anything NASA have to say about anything. I couldn't give a crap what they've filed or what you've got with freedom information. When they're in a sky vacuum... Yeah, get a grip, love.
If they're on display that we should be able to go and research inside there.
NASA is not proving that the Earth is flat.
NASA's not proving that the Earth is flat. Yeah, they are. In those documents that I've just moaned about or talking about, they detail how we utilise a flat plane in many of those documents. So while you might come back and say NASA aren't proving a flat Earth, well, they detail how they utilise it quite a lot. Flat and stationary, according to NASA. It's just a fact. That's what they're documenting. Whether or not this chick highlights that useless argument when they're in a sky vacuum is irrelevant. They're in a sky vacuum. They're not doing anything up in a sky vacuum. So every claim they have, bar none, that comes from that region, Narnia, I mean space, outer space, is fake. None of this is relevant or pertinent to debunking NASA's claims. There's no need to talk about anything they do or document or present as footage. The stuff in the studio is not worthy of my time.
Well, they say it in 14 of the documents.
You should read what NASA says, and you should...
Really? What about establishing cause and effect reasoning with systematic experimentation based on hypothesis? Should we read and listen what NASA say? No, I don't care what they say. Especially in a science discussion. I care what they have in terms of empirical data. That would be scientific data. What was that? This is a science discussion. Go on.
She's already appealed to NASA as an authority. She's put herself in a bad situation.
Yeah, right on.
You should listen to what
I
NASA
would
says.
love to see your NASA evidence that the Earth is
it's
flat.
only...
I just covered it, by the way, in case you want to go and check it out. Taboo Conspiracy 2 has got a video that's about 20 minutes long, where he just puts one after the next NASA document saying Earth's flat. I mean, I don't know how else I can phrase that, but that's how it is. The reason they detail it as flat is because if the Earth was falling away 8 inches per mile squared, and you were in an aeroplane flying above the ground, then according to that claim, you've got a vast void opening up ahead of you. So if you head towards that void and it's actually a flat plane, then you're going to smash into the ground because there isn't a void opening up ahead of you at 8 inches per mile squared. It's a nonsense. Hence, you must deal with Earth as flat or you'll crash into the ground. That's why they very specifically detail it as flat in their documents. Now, I'm not going to use that as a flat Earth proof. I'm going to use the fact that when navigating, you have to measure and navigate a flat plane. The maps are flat for a reason. They only work with elevation angle measurements if they're flat. And as for them coming from global projections, those global projections were made from a celestial sphere model that's flat. So if you want proof, I can provide it. If you want NASA documents that say it's flat, I can provide those too.
Nathan,
yes.
Do you know what's so ironic about this?
What?
Do you know who that guy is? Do you recognize him?
Oh, it's Tony. No, I don't know who he is.
He's the guy that proved that the horizon wasn't geometric.
Oh, that's BL. You're saying this is BLMSB 69? Is that BLMSB 69?
No. The guy from Nat Geo and CFI investigators. That's the guy saying they put the camera to the water level when they were shooting that flag over the lake.
Oh, okay.
They're contradictory.
You don't know what I'm saying? The stripes on the boat, the flag.
Yeah, you're talking about National Geographic going out and seeing a black swan. Here, look at how the flag disappears. What about the horizon that's supposed to be Earth curve behind it? Yeah, that's a black swan.
So that's that guy.
Okay.
Nice one, Eli.
Okay. And?
What do you mean?
And?
Yeah.
I don't think you get it. I really don't think you get it.
This guy's claiming to be science. He goes to the Nat Geo thing, as Eli's saying, and he's saying, look, there's the Earth curve. But the Earth curve is the horizon, and it's behind that flag thing. What kind of science guy says that kind of stupid stuff?
Gotcha. What you're saying is this guy's witnessed a black swan with the horizon beyond the geometric limitations he's claiming are compressing the flag. And here he is again on a very mainstream channel with 7.5 million subscribers doing an absolutely useless job and claiming things that we can debunk daily. So he's a regular. You're saying he's like the mainstream equivalent of Jem Panda?
Exactly.
May I comment just so far, they have hijacked the term and word science and used it a lot. They haven't shown one bit of it yet.
Yeah, there's been no science discussed yet. The closest we got was when the guy used the word phenomenon. That's the closest we've got.
Issues
Okay,
that
let's
bring
see.
us here.
We're all familiar with the Earthrise photo, right? The Earth is rising over the moon. We're all familiar.
No. That was claimed to be taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, where the astronauts claimed to be walking on the moon had to protect themselves with suits from the sky vacuum so that the gas inside their suits didn't vacate and fill the space. Now check out this picture. That's a black area that the guys on the moon claim to be standing on the moon have got to protect themselves from. They don't want the gas inside their, what do they call them? Astronaut suits, space suits. They don't want the gas to expand outwards into this vacuum, this black area. Now look back, even at this distance that they claim Earth is, and say, is that clouds that I see next to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum? Don't high pressure clouds expand in all directions to fill whatever availability of volume they've got if there was a high pressure, low pressure system, aka a vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr next to them? I'm pretty sure I know what happens when you put any gas next to a vacuum. It expands into it immediately. That's what gas does. So you're telling me that we've got this gas just happily sat next to a vacuum? No, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. The gas would fill the space. All of this gas on this bullshit picture from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum would fill this area instantly. It wouldn't develop pressure. What's it pressing on? The vacuum? No, it would expand into the vacuum. We'd all be dead if this was a real image. So I don't know why we're being shown this. We've already debunked it. And had this been our conversation with these people, we'd point out that why would you expect this to be a real photo taken from a place that isn't real? You can't take pictures from Narnia. This is a second law of thermodynamics violation. How can you have gas pressure without a container? If the sky was a vacuum, as this picture's alluding to, then the gas we're breathing would fill this space.
Familiar with it. As a NASA, you can go out to the NASA site, you can download the original, right?
Download the originals? No, you can't. The originals aren't real. They're all fake. Because it's claimed to be a picture from a sky vacuum. Yeah, I've just debunked that. No, it isn't like whether or not you can get credible downloads. It's about whether or not you can take pictures from sky vacuums. You can't. They aren't real. Anybody just pick up on the fact that we've just debunked the entire moon landing? Schlat. Bye-bye moon landing. Now, just for anybody out there that's just unfamiliar with this methodology, you can piss around talking about whether or not flags are flying in a sky vacuum. You can talk about whether or not they had errors and issues with the journey in a sky vacuum. You can talk about the rockets taking off from the ground and their weight and their distance and pushing off with thrust in a sky vacuum. Or you could just point out that it's a violation of natural law. We have entropy law. Yeah, gas expands to fill space. And what do you know? The area they claim this black area is around the sphere Earth taken from the moon is called space. What, a space for the gas to fill? Yeah, that's natural law. That's what it does. And that's what it would do if we were just suspended in a vacuum. We're not. Ergo, these pictures aren't real. And neither is the moon landing.
And how are they going to invoke orbital mechanics for flying these rocket ships into a place that doesn't exist without an R value to insert into the orbital mechanics?
Right, a weak-ass argument they used to have was that they managed to calculate the fuel rate. Not without R. Even that weak-ass claim that doesn't prove a damn thing is debunked, Neil deGrasse Tyson. You'll need R if you're going to claim presuppositional orbital motions and sky vacuums in violations of natural law to give you distances to calculate fuel for. You'll definitely need R for that. And we've debunked the R value. If the Earth was a sphere radius 3959, then every distance to the horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's eye in feet, and we have imagery that shows the horizon beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. Reaction from globe believers. It's refraction. Ergo, you cannot get or acquire a geometric measurement of a claim-to-be sphere with a claim-to-be sphere-edge horizon that's not blocking things in the distance to give you geometric measurements of R. So you don't have an R. There's no way of measuring it. see my discussion on Charles' neutral channel where I left my mute button to make damn sure he was aware that he was lying when he told his audience, well, we don't really need R after we debunked your methodology for measuring it. You definitely need it. You just can't use it if you can't measure it. So no, you're not going to calculate any travel to the moon based on fuel through a sky vacuum when we can debunk every aspect of the journey and the maths to claim the distance.
I already know what you're going to ask.
So you bring up the luminance on it, and you can see where it's cut out and pasted there.
They're showing us doctored images that are clearly doctored.
Who cares? You want to focus on the photography? Focus on the sky vacuum. Focus on the fact that the doctored imagery has to be doctored because they couldn't possibly have taken it from a sky vacuum. Don't just tell them it's doctored, because what does that prove or disprove? What, that somebody's fiddled with an image? Oh, you proved that someone fiddled with an image. What about disproving whether or not it came from space? Go on, whoever that was.
No, I was going to say here they're presented with a picture. They are obviously saying they're flat earthers. So the picture shows a sphere. Our housekeeping questions, R value, all the different ones that relate to a sphere could be brought up at this point. And obviously, this picture has to be fake because the gas pressure argument and the lack of R. They never went to that. They just went to the doctored image, as you said. But if they use that and say, here's why they had to doctor it, because you can't have gas pressure without containment, it'd be great. But they're just going back and forth, and the audience member is going to say, well, was it doctored? Was it not doctored? When they could kill it on the spot, they're not killing it on the spot.
The
Right.
blue marble
and
is a
appealing
very
to an image that's been doctored is like, well, okay, when we do a brain scan, we have to doctor the imagery to see certain, interactions within the brain. Does that mean that those scans are invalid now?
Yeah.
Would be
arguing a
you know,
red
it's-
herring, basically, because it's pointless and meaningless
Correct.
and doesn't debunk anything. And if you can win the photography argument as the ball-believing muppet, then the audience perceives that you've won in terms of proving Earth's a sphere. Now, it's a fallacious claim in the first instance, and the claim that we're discussing should be pulled apart based on the fact that the images cannot possibly be real because they've had to have been taken from a place that is not real. If it was real, we'd all be dead. The gas around this blue marble image, not photograph, would fill the black 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum surrounding it. Ergo, this is not a real place to take real pictures from. This is fake.
very famous image from 1972. When you talk to the artist from NASA, his name is Robert Simmons, he talks about exactly how it was created from data.
Again, who cares? He's creating it because we can't take pictures of a ball Earth from space. Space isn't real, so they have to create them. Fine, point it out, but summarise that it couldn't be real because it would have to have been taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, which is definitely not the case. It's a violation of natural law.
And it's not a photograph whatsoever. He added
what?
clouds.
Let me explain.
He added clouds that would fill the area of volume you call a sky vacuum at 10 to the minus 17 torr. Talking about high pressure gas? Yeah, that would fill the space. It's a natural law.
Highlight of the
If you
sun.
take, on your phone, most phones have that panoramic image. When you do that, you're taking a series of pictures, and the phone cleverly stitches
I'm
that
just
together.
saying how it's
Hold on.
presented. It's
Hold on.
presented as a.
Who cares? The image is supposed to be from a sky vacuum. You just have to debunk that it's not from a sky vacuum, because there is no sky vacuum. If there was, we'd all be dead. Let's just see who's trying to join. Adam.
Nathan, which is a better, obviously I know you're going to answer this, which is a stronger argument? The picture has to be fake because you're violating natural law, or how the pictures were taken?
The pictures not possibly being real in any way, shape or form is automatically debunked when you point out that the area they claim to be taken from isn't real.
Okay, and the group on the other side are physicists, scientists, whoever they are. That's a direct attack on their field. They cannot violate natural law. So far, no one's used natural law to debunk them.
And the science rebuttal is that pictures from iPhone stitch themselves together. That's his rebuttal. So far, we're 9 minutes plus into this, and we haven't heard a single word of science. Not one.
Real
So when
photograph.
NASA takes real photos and they either clean them up for color or they...
There you go. There it is. There's his claim. So when NASA, I'm going to put as much intonation on them not being real photos, like you stressed that they're real photos, then touched up after the fact. They're not real. If they were, we'd all be dead. The gas we breathe would fill the space the pictures were claimed to be taken from. We're not, therefore they're not real photos.
They stitch them together so it's one large image. It doesn't mean they're CGI.
Yeah, it does. It means they're unequivocally fake because they can't have come from the place they were claimed to be taken from. Therefore, they must be fake. They can't be anything other than fake, because for them to be real, we would all have to accept that the gas we're breathing, in line with natural law, has all dissipated into the availability of volume called outer space, in line with entropic law. It hasn't, therefore there must be containment. Therefore, if we're contained, there's no means for rockets or satellites or any other contraption to leave, because the gas could also leave, and it would. That's what gas does. Expands in all directions at high velocity until it fills whatever volume of space it has to fill. That's gas behaviour. Not it sits in white patches drawn on by Simmons next to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. That definitely doesn't sit in line with entropic law. It's a violation of it. Definitely not a real picture.
Talking about composites. I'm what you call a globe denier.
Seen in the flat earth crowd is that it's not that they're undereducated, but they, instead of looking at evidence and letting...
Right, it's not that they're undereducated. So why mention it? Yeah? Do you think this psychology trick is going to work on us? No, your implication is going to get pulled apart. That's a poisoning the well fallacy by implication. It's not that I'm saying you're an ugly old twat. I'm not saying you're an ugly old idiot that doesn't know what science is. But actually, I am saying that. You're an ugly old idiot and you don't know what science is. So don't poison the well by implication. I don't like it one bit. I'm not saying you got a crusty old Yorkshire pudding for a face.
The evidence guide to where the ultimate conclusion is. They start with a conclusion and then they try to cherry pick evidence to support their pre-drawn conclusion. They cast away all the bits of evidence that actually is contrary to their beliefs.
Nothing to do with beliefs. This isn't agree or disagree genre when we demonstrate how Earth is measured, how Earth is flat, and show how you unequivocally cannot show how Earth is a sphere, how it would violate the actual methodology of living on the flat plane we dwell atop. When we show that, that's what you actually need to do. Doesn't matter about your education level.
May I comment?
Go ahead.
That was a projection because it's from their side and in print that Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes started with a conclusion and assumed the Earth was a sphere.
I think that was the flat earther saying that.
I think that you're very well educated as well as you are Jim. But,
certainly Ali is. He's probably got the best education of all of us.
Exactly, and he paid for it too. But more and more professionals are coming on board. They're starting to question their reality.
Who cares? This is a science discussion. Whether or not people are coming on board is an appeal to consensus fallacy. It matters not if one person knows their reality and every single person around them disagrees. It doesn't matter how many people are coming on board. All that matters is that you can demonstrably show how Earth cannot be measured to be a sphere because it isn't, and how Earth is actually measured and navigated as a flat plane. That's all that matters.
So the thing of it is once you start to really take a hard look at the evidence, and you are unafraid of just standing for the truth wherever.
Right, looking at the evidence, this is a science discussion. So I'm going to, without having any reasonable reason to not assume that they're talking in context about the discussion of science, evidence would be redundantly described in this context as scientific evidence. Scientific evidence is the result of an experiment. An experiment is an actualization of a hypothesis. A hypothesis ties into what the guy said earlier about having phenomenon to study. So you see an effect in nature, you suppose what caused it, and then you vary what you suppose caused it to see if it causes it or not. If it does, you've got empirical evidence, aka scientific evidence. So when you then move on to talking about what the truth is, it's like it doesn't matter about what people believe, it's empirical if you're doing science.
Where that may lead you, people end up becoming flat earthers.
When that was brought to my attention, and then I started really critically analyzing that, and I would say,
Dad.
you know, just looking at that evidence, if they can lie about the moon landings, they can certainly lie about pictures and satellites and other things. And so I started going down that.
Right, if they can lie, so you're postulating that they might be lying. It's a possibility that they're lying about the moon landings. No, I can debunk that. There were no moon landings. The journey to the moon, whatever that may be, the moon that is, was claimed to take place in a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. So if a rocket can leave Earth's sphere-shaped air and enter an area 10 to the minus 17 torr, that's a vacuum, then so can all the gas we're breathing. Yeah, the rocket just goes past the gas and waves goodbye to it. No, gas travels in high velocities in whatever direction it's travelling until it collides with something. So there's no position that they can traverse through the gas into the vacuum, waving goodbye to gas that isn't following entropic law. The gas would follow them. All of it. Instantly. We'd never have developed gas pressure at all if rockets could travel to a sky vacuum. So there was no journey to the moon, and it's not a question of if they were lying to us. You know, don't be so doubtful in your rhetoric. Come here to Flat Earth Debate so you can say it with a bit more assurance to the person you're debating. They are lying. There is no doubt in my mind. Why? Because the place astronauts claim to have been is an area the gas would also go, given that it's also claimed to be an area the gas could fill. And that's what gas does. So the rockets aren't going to travel out to the moon through the air we breathe, passing it as it stops, and they continue to the moon, because the gas would just follow on in exactly the same manner, going into the area the rockets claim to be going into, in line with entropic law, the second law of thermodynamics, how gas behaves. So there was no moon landing. There's not an if in this, my darling. There's an absolute unequivocal, you can call astronauts, whatever they call themselves now, you can call them liars. They are lying to you. There is no doubt about it. They claim to be in a sky vacuum, in violation of natural law. Definitely liars, not if.
On that rabbit hole of studying, so that was my influence from
How
my
many
husband.
lies does it take to make a liar, right?
And being ridiculed for being inquisitive is pretty tough on us.
Sorry, why are we appealing to your downtrodden life as a flat earther? Being inquisitive gets you... Sorry, who cares? You know, now talk about how badly treated you are. Maybe debunk the sky vacuum, as opposed to the best comment so far being, well, if they're lying to us, then blah, 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 blah. Well, that's very neutral. Let me rephrase that for you, love. They are definitely lying to us, because if they can take rockets into a sky vacuum, gas, which expands in all directions to fill whatever volume it's filling, would also go into that exact same place, leaving us with no gas to breathe. We'd all be dead. Definitely no moon landings, my friend.
Well, Nathan, it seems to me like these people, these flat earthers, are more interested in becoming like a flat earth minority group with special status, like, oh, we're so downtrodden. Oh, we just want to believe the flat earth. It's not like we have devastating arguments against all globe claims, but we're so poor. Can we please be like have a victim status so we can be special and and all that.
I'm looking.
It's more like that.
I'm looking at the screenshot, and it says it's pretty tough on us. I have never felt that way as a flat earther. Has anybody felt it was pretty tough on us when it comes to the
I'll get
actual
our violins out.
proof of what?
That's Jurassic Park.
What you doing, man? You're taking over my business.
Is this your business?
Hey.
This is all
No,
of our
no.
business. Make no
You're
mistake.
giving this treatment.
Hang on, live show's almost over. So this pretty tough on us. I have never felt when I boldly claim that they've hijacked science to pseudoscience. I don't understand why these people are so weak.
I'm sorry. Are you giving the treatment to this?
So everybody loved the treatment. Now, I think what QE's driving for, I'll give you as an outro, which is to say that QE has pioneered the treatment as we are giving it to these numpties, flat earthers and globers alike. And he's saying, are you stealing my bit? Well, let me just assure you, yes, we absolutely are.
Well,
Hey,
I
hold
like
on
it.
a second.
All right.
I'm not done yet. Hold
All
on a
right,
second.
all right, all right.
I just got this. I did a review of this. I didn't do the treatment on the video. I did a review of this, and I put it in Ballbusters about 2.5 weeks ago. And I said, what a pathetic disgrace this was. Where'd you get this from?
I got it from 10th Man Rising.
Really?
Yeah. Yes,
Yes.
I'm here. I saw this a long time ago too, like you,
Yeah,
QE.
so did I.
Yeah, but think about this. You have the KFC recipe, but Nathan is Popeye's chicken with his own recipe.
It's perfect. Sorry to interrupt. I love it. Go.
Yeah, but you came up with the treatment, QE.
Don't worry about it. I
Formed a
love
whole new thing.
it. I slept in too. How far into this are you? 13 minutes, 52? Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Shout out to Retro Bill. He says, a debate between the cavalcade of numpties and globe busters would be their sheer torture. I hope I've said that correctly. I'm reading it with my studio lights on in a very blurred, squinty-eyed way, so hopefully I've read your super chat correctly, Retro Bill. Thank you very much indeed for the support. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow, and we'll continue taking apart this numpty nonsense. But if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Smash the PayPal link, as somebody did in a substantial way yesterday. So thank you very much to you. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video. Shout out to 4D4MD in the chat, or Adam D. Long time no see. Wow. I'm going to definitely be talking about you in the after show. Check out my second channel if you want to see that.
To this video, and at no point was science defined.
Right.
And the flat earthers not only did that, they grouped their opponents in as science.
Yeah,
and gave
I know.
them that. It's
No,
crazy.
I already know. I watched this video and got so fucking aggravated. I had to get up and walk away a couple times.
Yeah, no surprise. They're a bunch of wankers, and they seem to be more interested in attaining victim status somehow, so they can be all special, than to actually make an argument.
Yeah.
Pathetic.
No, if you read the title, it says to reach middle ground. How do you reach middle ground when there's two opposing arguments?
I think you're going to need a flat baseline for that.
I'm sorry. What's the title of this? Of that? Not not Nathan's show, but that video.
So it's called Flat Earthers versus Scientists, :
That's correct.
Can we trust science? Reification fallacy.
Yeah, I went off on them in Ballbusters, man. Just that, yeah. Go, continue.
The first
Say
thing
that
they
I
should
ch-
have asked, and they should have stuck to it, is what's your independent variable? What's your independent variable? What's your
No, no.
independent variable? What is an
No,
independent
no.
variable?
Yes, that's right. But along that vein, with what I just said in mind, the first question off anybody's lips in this discussion was, what science? Let's clarify it. If this is a meeting of minds, meeting middle ground, then that implies to me the Socratic method. So let's all define terms and see what we all agree on. If this is a science discussion, we better define what science is.
Yep.
How could you not? It's in the title, you know? Like,
But they haven't. They've talked about biblical
I know they
texts and
haven't,
trust and faith, and then they've talked about whether or not the books that they are going to be appealing to with science on the cover are a better judge of whether or not the information's true. Now they're on NASA. None of this is science.
yeah,
Wait
but
till
I
you
mean,
get to- wait till you get to Dan the Waterman with one of the scientists, and they start talking about a theory as a fact. I almost spontaneously combusted.
Right, let's have a listen.
My mind, because my mind isn't set. NASA is solely designed to change my mind. It is, from its inception, from its discovery, has been a television program. It's been a space program to sell us on something that they've yet to actually show us.
First thing I've agreed with in the entire discussion so far.
But a very shitty way to say it, though.
Not a great argument, but I agree.
Show me a globe spinning with clouds and a moon. Show me home. And I think I could shut up easily.
Oh, really? Well, they just showed you a blue marble and you're still talking. If that's your standard, blue marble. Oh, it's been doctored. They already overcame that. Show me gas pressure without a container, because that's what those images you're asking for would be. Gas pressure without containment existing next to a vacuum. Show us that. I.e., show us how you violate natural law as these pictures show. That's not possible unless you can show me gas pressure without a container, unless you can show me sphere-shaped air in a vacuum not expanding into the vacuum. You can't do that. You'll never see a vacuum chamber with a little ball of air in it.
I think I could shut up.
The timing of your conversions is interesting to me. 20 years.
Oh, is it? Oh. When in history we found out that we've been lied to on a massive scale is interesting to you. Let's see where this goes. Sounds very scientific.
Years ago, the flat Earth world was tiny and insignificant.
Sorry, when you say the flat Earth world, I assume you're appealing to some social aspect of a group of people in what they believe they think the world is when they say it's flat. That's what you're talking about, right? As opposed to, the actual world that we're standing on, the discussion point in hand, which is the nature of the Earth that we're standing on. He's talking about a group, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Enter the advent of the internet, YouTube, online discussion groups.
But ding! Called it. So he is talking about groups. Isn't the discussion about the nature of Earth? I mean, let me just check the title again. Yeah, Earthers. This is definitely an Earth-related topic. Science, right? That's physics, the physical. I mean, this is surely about the physics of the world, as opposed to the discussion groups. This all seems very lowbrow. Maybe that's why this person's got 7.5 million subscribers. Appeal to the lowest common denominator.
Maybe he's talking about flat Earth recovery groups or something.
Nathan, that guy didn't even answer the guy's question. He went to, in the past, flat Earth was small, and now with the internet. That wasn't what the guy said. The guy said, show me your claims.
No, there's an edit there. You just didn't see it.
Oh.
This is a 30-minute video. So, as with most discussions like this, to pull out a decent amount of material from it, you need at least 2 or 3 hours. And then from that 2 or 3 hours, you'll get half an hour of meaningful discussion points. But you won't hear the flow of discussion as it was flowing. They've taken this and edited it. you can see from the way they've done the cut shots where they've edited it, you know, or at least that's how I would do it if I was editing it.
All these new available places where you could find information about everything.
This is true that the evidence as you looked were not a robust evidence.
Evidence means proof. So when he says the evidence, you're in a science discussion. So the evidence would be the result of an experiment if you're in a science discussion. That's all evidence is in this context. But you're saying it might not be robust. If it's science, it's unequivocally correct, whether you like it or not, because it'll have been through the method and been validated. That is to say that if you assumed incorrectly what the cause of an effect you observed in nature was, when you varied it, it didn't cause it, therefore you proved that you didn't have the correct cause of the effect. So in each instance... Go on, Owen.
He's not talking about that, though. He's talking about how much weight, how much influence weight his concept have. He was reviewing it for its wizardry qualities, basically.
I see.
And the sources you used, they were not reliable sources again. But my problem is that, and I like you guys that you are very skeptical, but at the same time, you are not skeptical about your belief system.
Sorry, belief system? I didn't, in this edit, hear any of them go into their belief system. Did you? I heard them moaning about not having NASA images and talking about previous religions describing Earth as flat. But that doesn't ascribe them any belief system. Why are we discussing belief systems in a scientific discussion anyway? At this point, if you're an audience member watching this at 15 minutes into a 34-minute video, do you not think, are we going to get any science at all in this science discussion? Because now we're on to beliefs.
You
That
keep
should have
going
come
back.
first.
You think that that's my foundation for why I believe the Earth is flat, and I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Okay.
I have evidence that proves it's flat.
What type of
proves
evidence,
it's not
you know?
a ball.
Hold on. I have evidence that it's flat and proves it's not a ball. Well, this should be top standard stuff. Let's see what she's got.
What type of
We're being misled. We're being deliberately misled by mainstream
Now,
media.
what's your evidence? You're
We see
thinking?
too far.
Sorry, that's an absolutely useless and deserves telling off for piece of crap evidence. Too far immediately implies that there's a limitation that we're seeing beyond. So we should see this far. Well, where do you think the standard of how far we should see will come from? Well, it will come from the globe Earth assertion of how far we should see. And according to this flat earther, we're seeing beyond that, aka, quote, too far. No, we don't see too far. We just see. When I look out across the bay and see something on the other side of the bay, I don't ever scratch my head and say, my God, I'm definitely seeing further than I should. No. I just go, look at that over there. I can see a clock. I can see a town. I don't ever think it's too far. But you want to hand them their presuppositional distance that we should see to argue about, don't you, love? No, we don't see too far. We just see. Now, if you're a baller and we see something, like a clock I've just described, you might see that clock and go, no, Mr. Flat Earther, I'm on a ball with a geometric limitation to my view, and that clock should not be there. Therefore, that clock is a slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified sphere edge Earth horizon that was debunked by the Black Swan to give us a refracted image of a clock. So it's not really a clock, it's a mirage of a clock. Say I, the globe Earth believer. Now you, as a flat earther, have no need to respond that, no, we're seeing too far. You just say, nah, mate, it's just a clock. I open my eyes, I look across the bay, I see a clock. You see a slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified sphere edge horizon, so it's not a clock, it's a mirage. I just see a clock because I'm a flat earther. No too far in it. Big problem for them if they have to explain something that shouldn't be there for them, but you just see, and so do I.
This would be a great time to pull up the Earth curve calculator for the Globers, since she's interjected it by proxy.
Exactly. Give them that opening to tell you how far you should see, so you can argue about whether or not it's too far compared to the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator that will give you this limit to declare whether or not it's too far or not.
We see too far. We should not be able to see. I live in.
We should not be able to see. Who the hell are you, Blondie? Telling me how far I should see? We shouldn't be able to see that clock. So there's 3 of us on the bay. We've got Mr. It's not a clock, it's a mirage. It's a slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection from behind the reified sphere edge horizon because of a atmospheric sphere-shaped air bending the light at 7/6 of the radius, aka atmospheric refraction. Therefore, it's not a clock. Just looks a bit like a clock, but it's not really there. Yeah? Then you've got me. I just see a clock. Then you've got her, claiming to be a flat earther in total disgust of me as an actual flat earther, saying, nah, we shouldn't see that far. What are you talking about, Blondie? I've just opened my eyes and there's a clock. Do you mean I shouldn't see? Yeah, just close your eyes and shut up. You shouldn't see it with your eyes closed, Blondie. I can see it. It's just a clock. No excuses needed as a flat earther. It definitely isn't something I shouldn't see. These flat earthers are idiots.
Dana Point.
Okay.
I can see San Clemente Island, which is 60 miles away.
So what?
You just told us 10 seconds ago that you shouldn't see that far. You're contradicting yourself with your own evidence. Why would you tell me that we shouldn't see a certain distance and then tell me how far you have seen? Oh, is it because we're going to compare it to globe Earth maths?
It's very high.
What do you mean, so what?
No, I'm on the beach.
100
I'm
feet
on the
tall.
beach.
It is
What do you mean by
tall.
so what?
I'm on the beach.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see a ship which is going?
We're
Oh
not
yeah,
talking
let's talk about the ship that goes
Yes,
over the curvature
okay.
of the Earth.
Let's talk about the ship that goes over the curvature of the Earth, says the flat earther. Maybe just make their argument for them and then give them their rebuttal and yours in one sentence before anything's even been argued about. What curvature of Earth? You're a flat earther. Why are you making their claim? What's going
I
on?
think he was trying to be sarcastic.
Oh, of
Very
course. She's
bad
about to
time.
give us the black swan. You're right, Owen. Let's see.
I love it. So science has said that when I see a ship go out of my field of view, it's
Flat earther, idiot, Blondie. Science doesn't say anything. It doesn't have lips. It doesn't breathe. It doesn't have vocal cords. It's a reification fallacy to tell me, the audience member, that science says anything about this concrete noun you're about to describe. Notice on screen, we've gone from moments earlier having a picture that does not include the observer. We can see a straight line from left to right. This is a real horizon. Left to right, horizontal line in the frame of the image without observer. Now, click forward a few frames. If I can find the damn thing.
island, which is 60 miles away.
So what? It's very high.
Absolutely.
Oh, not all the
No, you
time?
can't.
Not all the time?
No, you don't see all the ship. The bottom part of the ship
Yes.
is hidden.
Back in.
Not
So
all
is
of
it going over?
There we go. So now on screen, why is it that we've got both observation point and observer with the side of our own head in shot? Why is it that rather than a horizon, we've got a single dot marked at a tangent point with a globe Earth being viewed from space, a violation of natural law? Why am I suddenly looking at the side of my own head? Oh, it's because given that this blonde chick has opened the door to a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator when she, the flat earther, said we see too far, obviously her justification, not really hers, it's a globe Earth claim, is this maths, where we see the side of our own head. Hence my terminology of perspective hijacking. This is an orthographic view of Earth as a sphere from space, with the side of your own head in the shot. This is in no way comparable to the horizon view we saw earlier without the observer in the shot. But that's how they hijack what we see with what they claim when we have a geometric limitation called Earth curve at the horizon. We've debunked this maths. This is claiming the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 and every distance to the horizon can be measured at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, with a geometric limitation to the thing beyond. Now, if that's the case, it wouldn't be the case that we could show their geometric limitation, the hill getting in the way, beyond the thing it's blocking. That's what we call a black swan. We can show when we bring up their claim how their claim fails. This blonde chick seems to feel necessary to bring up their claim just for them to offer it up as a justification for the horizon being Earth curve when she says we see too far. This is all arse about
Can I
face.
ask a question?
Good.
Is this, first of all, good morning, everybody.
Hey, Chocolate.
Second of all, is this that old, what was it, flat earthers versus scientists, something like that?
Yes.
That video? Is that what we're watching? Oh, okay. See, that kind of makes sense because it just sounds like when she's sitting there with the "we see too far," it just sounds like it's aged. That argument has aged, and she hasn't kept up to date with the flat Earth debate because that's old rhetoric that flat earthers used to say a lot, and I'm sure some still do. But that whole "oh, we see too far," yeah, that's why you're getting tight the way you are because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chuck, I was going to say that they may have changed since the time that this was made, but at the time they were definitely ignorant of why the Earth is flat. They just had a belief system they were asserting at this point.
What's the date on this? What's the date on this?
It doesn't give a date. It just says 3 years
the same
ago.
one, I remember
3 years ago, it says.
3 years.
Again?
Okay.
3
I
years
didn't
ago.
hear it. Oh my God. How old is this?
It's 3 years old. It doesn't give a date. It just says 3 years ago.
Then 3 years, they're still guilty.
Curvature of the
No,
Earth
you
or not?
can't. Absolutely.
Oh, not all the time?
No,
Not all the time?
no, you don't see all the ship. The bottom part of the ship is hidden by the curvature.
At that distance.
He said the bottom of the ship is hidden by the curvature.
Ship?
The bottom of the ship is hidden by the curvature was his claim. If the Earth was a sphere, radius 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, the measurement he's claiming would block this boat at that distance, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we have imagery that shows the hill he's claiming blocks the bottom of boats is beyond the limitation of a sphere Earth radius 3959. Therefore, Earth is not a sphere. The horizon is not Earth curve blocking boats.
What ship are the top of it
Hold
either?
on. What ship are they talking about?
A boat going over the
something she
horizon
was
of any
talking about.
description.
It was just the ship that they conjured. They didn't put a ship with all the pedigree information, how far away the ship was the ship laden. They didn't give any pedigree information, just a ship that they conjured in their mind.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Jesus.
So when this assertion comes to you, the person watching this, listening to us pull it apart for all of its failings, don't be afraid to say what ship. When someone makes a claim, like I just did with the clock, right? I've just conjured it. I haven't. That's actually an example I could demonstrate with a photo of it at a distance that's permissible to give you the description of a guy claiming it's a hologram when it's just a clock, you see. But for the sake of argument, let's pretend that didn't exist. And someone turned around to me and said, well, give me an example where you can see a clock and somebody tells you it's a hologram because it's beyond the Earth curve maths. At which point, if I haven't got that image, it's like, well, I'm just hypothetically... No, then you haven't got an argument anymore. Well, in this case, what QE's saying is, all right, there's a boat that you say goes over the horizon. Let's see it. How far was the boat? How did you know it was that far? How did you measure it? What's the maths for the geometric limitation? Where's that?
I want to ask a question.
flat earther
before
could
we all
claim
move
that.
on. Please.
Probably. I lose track at the moment.
Hello?
I'm just responding to John. I won't be a sec, Arwin. You know, there's in many ways, I'm not a flat earther. These are flat earthers. The people out and about that will be pulling apart in the days coming forward, they're flat earthers. We aren't that. We're not this, are we? So what do we call ourselves? Because we're not flat earthers, let's be honest. We know the Earth's flat, but that's different.
I want to ask about this issue with the original basic question. We see too far. I get that. I get why that's very unhelpful. It actually plays into the globe thinking. But couldn't it be basically fixed very simply by adding a little part on it, which would be for the horizon to be Earth curve or for the Earth to be a globe? Wouldn't that then basically be correct? We see too far for the Earth to be a globe or for the horizon to be Earth curve. Wouldn't that fix it?
If they said that.
What do you think?
Yeah, if you
She
wanted to
didn't
say
say that, but if you
you'd
just
say based on the it's all wrapped up in modus tollens. If you want to form we see too far into logical consistency, what you get? You get if the Earth's a sphere, radius 3959, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we have imagery beyond that geometric limitation. That definitely isn't saying we see too far. It's saying we see beyond the imagined assumption of a geometric limitation.
Yeah, but that's all super technically correct, and I'm totally with you, but she's trying to in a more colloquial approach. And can't that colloquial approach basically be fixed by adding that small second half?
What, begging the
of
question
being
for
more
them?
specific?
You could beg the question on their behalf when you're trying to defend your claim and say we see further than their sphere, Earth, edge, horizon, if you've got a modus tollens to back it up with logical consistency. So while you're demeaning modus tollens by saying, well, that's technically correct and sounds great, or whatever you said, well, yeah, you have to be technically hyper-specific when it comes to logical consistencies to debunk an entire world paradigm. Yeah, you've got to be like that. And if you can't
Well, you
be,
gotta know
and
the
you need
black
to be a bit
swan.
more colloquial, then you're in the wrong arena. Why is she representing me? She's doing a crap job.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, you should know the black swan argument. It's not even that complicated. On top of it, but I mean, you could start a sentence out like that, like, yeah, we see too far for the Earth to be that globe. Here is why, and then you go technical about the black swan.
Perfect. Exactly. So long as it doesn't start out and end as a baseless assertion fallacy where you don't back your claim.
Right.
This is pre Black Swan era, right?
Correct. Just.
But if you're going to interject that you see too far on a sphere, you have to back it up. All she's done is opened up a pathway for them to beg the question. She's begged the question for them. Now it's going to get into them reversing the burden on her. It's all that's going to happen.
If the Earth were truly flat, there would be really hardly any limit. You would be able to stand at the top of the Empire State Building and look towards Chicago, a mere 1,000 miles away.
This cow is small, and that cow is far away. Now let's put the cow at 1,000 miles. What's that you say? If Earth was flat, we'd still see the cow?
And see the lights of Chicago at night.
No,
Why wouldn't
because you have an atmospheric disturbance.
Sorry, atmospheric disturbance, love? Aren't you a flat earther? Air that's in a sphere-shaped air disturbance? Again, why are you begging the question for their paradigm? Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere. Atmosphere is a globe Earth rhetoric used to beg the question of bending light on a sphere Earth with sphere-shaped air.
But she's on the defensive now.
Yeah, so
She's got her on the defensive.
because she wasn't hyper-specific on we see too far, the pseudoscientist says, but if we were on a flat plane, we would see why don't we see over 1,000-mile plane? So he just totally avoided that question because she wasn't hyper-specific.
In their claim, they've got a geometric limitation, and it's the only cause of things disappearing into the distance. The only reason the boat disappears at all is because it goes behind Earth curve, and the maths for it have hijacked perspective. So there's no perspective in their Earth curve claim. So when they juxtapose their Earth curve claim with no perspective against a flat Earth equivalent with no obstruction, a hill getting in the way called Earth curve at the horizon in their model, then they have an infinite distance because they didn't have perspective in their original claim, ergo they won't have any perspective in a flat Earth? No, Dumbo. The buildings get smaller as you get further away from them. Probably couldn't see any of them further than 10 miles, but you're claiming we should see them on a flat Earth at 1,000? You're too dumb to understand perspective.
Nathan, doesn't this actually trap them? Because they say we do have a geometric horizon, but because of the atmosphere, air, we can't see it. So now they changed the subject matter to a plane. So you got a plane with air, But now you should be able to see 1,000 miles. But wait a minute, didn't you just say a minute ago that if we had a sphere with air, you couldn't see the real geometric horizon? But if it becomes a plane, that air wouldn't get in the way? Do you see what they're doing?
Yeah, but isn't the problem with that though is like, again, this is a little bit old, and obviously the people that are arguing for globe Earth, they're not going to be the ones telling the flat earthers that we can't see this geometric horizon we supposedly have because we have an atmosphere.
No.
They're not at that point yet.
Well, they haven't even.
Well, they don't need to be. They don't need to be.
They haven't even backed their science, and it's supposed to be a science talk.
Well, what happened is he reversed the burden of proof, and he put it on them, just like she opened it up too with the claim of we can see too far.
I've been into astronomy since I was 10.
It's faulty logic. It's completely faulty logic.
Baseless assertion. It's a completely baseless assertion. Why is she throwing out faulty logic if she's not going to then back it up by taking him through his logic and how it's faulty? Because your claim of faulty logic becomes a baseless assertion fallacy. Ugh.
This is Danny Faulkner's defense, by the way. He says, I've been studying astronomy for 40 plus years.
Wow. He's been
Wow.
staring at lights
What's
for
astronomy?
40 years. Amazing.
Looking at light, not establishing cause and effect relationships, not physics, not science.
Oh, okay. He's been doing that for 40 years. That's great.
Yeah, what are you doing on this panel? This is a science panel. Not that anybody, flat earth or otherwise, is talking about science on this panel. Don't know why it's in the title. Don't know why they need to be claiming to be scientists. Not one of them's demonstrated how they've established cause and effect reasoning based on natural phenomena. That would be what a scientist does.
Okay.
One of the big.
We're at an incredible disadvantage.
Let's talk about scientific consensus for a second.
Scientific consensus, he says. Science is a method of establishing cause and effect based on phenomena you observe in nature. Consensus, he says. Let's talk about scientific consensus. No, let's talk about the scientific method. Consensus is just consensus. Strapping the word scientific onto it is an oxymoron. It makes no sense. Because, what? Cause and effect reasoning based on infallible logic? Consensus? It's just meaningless nonsense.
There is scientific consensus on a global Earth.
Yeah, there is. Shame there's no scientific evidence and we can disprove it with the black swan. Otherwise, that consensus might actually mean something. The fact that everybody thinks they're on a sphere doesn't change the fact that the Earth isn't a sphere, and we can debunk the Earth curve edge you claimed to be blocking boats with the black swan, and we can disprove your claims of moon landings and photos from other worlds that are sky vacuums, because we'd all be dead. So the consensus is kind of meaningless at this point.
You misspoke. There's pseudoscience consensus.
Yeah. There's scientific consensus. No, there isn't. There's pseudo-scientific agreement.
Scientific consensus on evolution.
And?
Wow.
People agree? Where's the scientific evidence? Further to that, define evolution for us.
A lot of big issues.
Use the word theory.
No. Do you know what a theory in science is? An extremely
and a fact is a fact.
Don't mistake this word theory.
This should be great. Oh, let's hear this. So I'm going to define a theory before he does. A theory is the result of either one or many experiments. Experiments are hypothesis actualization tests. Hypotheses are the establishment of a presumed cause of an effect you are studying in nature. An effect you're studying in nature is a phenomena. So the order is as follows. Observe natural phenomena, that's something occurring in nature, and ask yourself why it happens. When you ask yourself why it happens, you suppose a cause of that effect. You say, I think A will cause that effect to happen. For simplicity, we'll call the effect B. So if A, Then B is your supposition of cause yet to be validated, also known as a hypothesis. If you then vary A to see if it causes B, and it does cause B, that's an experiment that's been validated, a hypothesis test. Once you have that empirical outcome in the positive, the affirmative, confirming the alternative hypothesis, then you can form a theory. So it comes right at the end of the scientific method. Now let's see what this guy says.
At Benson's for Beds, our new range of Simply mattresses are simply great quality at simply great...
Hey, Vsauce.
What the hell?
In 2003, researcher...
Hey guys, welcome back to Middle Ground.
Before we jump in, we've got a huge announcement.
Scientific consensus that the group with the majority has an incredible advantage. As scientists, flat earthers, scientific consensus is possible.
Sorry about this.
Possible. I've got a tremendous issue with consensus and peer review. I've been spending a lot of time arguing with people that argue the other side. And I found that surprisingly, consensus always wins. It was shocking to me.
I think I've lost that part. I don't know if have we had that already, or is it before this? Nobody's helping.
I think you've gone too far because we haven't heard this part yet.
Scientific consensus.
Go back more.
Scientific consensus is possible.
What is the question?
I don't understand the question.
Scientific consensus is possible.
Possible. Anything is possible. I mean,
No, not anything is possible, and you went too far. Go back to that theory.
You think I've gone even?
It's giving me like itch.
deliberately misled by mainstream
Now,
media.
what's your evidence?
We see too far. We see too.
Wrong. Earth is navigated flat. Elevation angle measurement acquisition can only take place on a flat Earth. The acquisition of those flat Earth elevation angle measurements led to the development of the celestial sphere model, which is the dome of the heavens over a flat plane. And that model was then developed into the globe reification fallacy that people now think they're standing on. When navigating...
Nathan,
go on.
Nathan, please add to that beautiful summary. The dome of the heavens celestial sphere model was developed over a motionless flat plane, and all the luminaries go around that. So do the whole bit, because that, even if they say they use the celestial sphere model, they destroyed themselves immediately, because it has to be earth-centered and motionless. Got to add that in somehow.
Well, he also says the Earth is undoubtedly a globe, so let's just address that. If the Earth was a sphere, radius 3959, then every distance to the horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the globe Earth maths. Black Swan, we can show it's beyond that. So the Earth is undoubtedly not a sphere. We can demonstrate how it's not a sphere.
This is well supported by gobs of science.
There is no scientific evidence for a sphere Earth. Further to that, you can't demonstrate with science that the Earth is a sphere or a flat plane. It's beyond the purview of science, demonstrating admirably that this man doesn't know what science is. Phenomena would be an effect. Something happening. Earth as a sphere is a concrete noun. Earth as a flat plane is a concrete noun. It is beyond the purview of science to study concrete nouns. This man doesn't understand what science even is. So to say there's gobs of scientific evidence, he doesn't even know what science is.
Well, what the flat earthers and the pseudoscientists have done a great job of is confusing what science is and associating science with those pseudoscientists so that they have that behind them now.
Diagrammatically, all they've shown so far is a picture of a horizon and a picture of globe Earth maths, which we debunked in 2020. No science has been provided to anybody.
So if that, instead of that lady saying we see too far, if the black swan was around, she could have threw the black swan on him and really stumped him.
Yes.
And from the beginning, trying to bring ancient books and manuscripts, Bible included, try to say this is what the ancients believed, kind of like that thing underneath every YouTube video nowadays, right?
Yeah.
But the sheer fact that they still use the celestial sphere model, which assumes a dome over a motionless Earth, they're referencing those books.
Consensus is possible.
Okay, we'll continue a bit further. Hopefully we'll come across the bit where they're talking about
What
science.
is the question?
I don't understand.
About scientific consensus, we'll see.
Consensus is possible.
Possible. Anything is possible. I mean, anything is possible. I've got a tremendous issue with consensus and peer review.
This guy a flat earther that said anything's possible? I think he said
That
he
sounds
was.
like Dan the Waterman.
Is that who he is?
I'm spending a lot of time arguing with people that argue the other side. And I found that surprisingly, consensus always wins. It was shocking to me that.
Yeah, it was shocking to me too. I found that out on Steve McCloud's show. Right? When asked, do you guys believe that reality is formed by way of consensus? My heart told me that there's no way they will say yes to this. And without missing a beat, they said yes. Consensus forms reality.
Can I pose a question here, please?
Go on.
Let me pose a question. I heard three things: peer review, science, and consensus. What does peer review have to do with anything?
Nothing.
Nothing.
He has an incredible advantage. As scientists, flat earthers, truthers, punks, we're at an incredible disadvantage.
Let's talk.
What's he on about? Anybody know what he's talking about?
Talking about punks.
He's already confirmed that he's talking to scientists. He's already reaffirmed it.
He's making it weird.
It is weird.
That's what was bothering me. He's already put the mantle of science upon his opposition.
Yep.
Talk about scientific consensus for a second. You're never going to get 100% of anyone. There is scientific consensus on a global Earth. There's scientific consensus on evolution.
Just waiting for QE.
No, it's all right, man.
They
keep
just need to
going.
say, what's that?
Yeah, I know. Just keep
A
going.
lot of big issues.
Use the word theory.
No, do you know what a theory in science is? An extremely
And a fact is a fact.
Don't mistake this word theory.
Okay, this is where we got to last time. So there's now been a nice massive gap between me explaining the establishment of cause and effect based on phenomena to give you experimental data affirming your alternative. That can be formed into a theory in that order. Phenomena, hypothesis, experiment, theory. Let's see what this guy says.
You are
in science. It's not conjecture. It's not.
It's an explanation. Is by definition, it's an explanation.
It's a deep.
Well, let's talk
So this
about a
is
fact.
something
Show me a
people
fact.
made
then.
a mistake.
Why
They
aren't
think
all
theory
facts
is-
theories?
In science, the word theory is the highest level that you can give something because it's so well supported.
What about a fact?
Hold on. That's reasonable. It's very, very well supported if you've got a theory in science. He's right. Anybody disagree with what he said so far?
No, he's just a little. He's just a bit vague, but yeah, vaguely.
You
he's
know,
correct.
he's actually not carrying the full implications of that statement.
No, but you can
know
see
he
though.
won't.
Can you see any error in what he said so far?
No.
Technically, no.
Okay.
No,
That is a
because they
fact.
hijacked the terms of real science and laid it over their pseudoscience. So right there, he said the right thing, but then he's never going to demonstrate it.
It's
Not a fact. You would call it.
You
a
know
fact.
why? Do you know why? Because in science, there's always room for improvement. There's
Now we're straying onto grey area.
Wow.
Okay.
That get panda.
Okay. On the one hand, Yorkshire Pudding Face is right. Because if you are trying to find the cause of an effect and you consistently validate the null, that is to say, you assume A causes B, you vary A, and it doesn't cause B. You put a tick next to your null, you've still validated something, you've still achieved something, but you haven't established the cause of the effect. So if you're studying some god-awful disease, an effect, and you want to know what causes said god-awful disease, the effect, and you vary something, and you don't cause it or induce it or stop it, whatever's in your hypothesis, in other words, you validate your null every time, you're not actually validating the cause, you're not finding out what caused it. So from that perspective, he's right. there's room for improvement if indeed you failed to validate your alternative hypothesis. In other words, you didn't establish the cause. So within that declared grey area of wiggle room, technically speaking, he's right. But again, I'm pretty sure we all know that this is going to be grease in the skids, right? Am I wrong?
Yep.
Let's not play that part again. That's not what he meant.
I can't.
It's
Every
pretty
time I
obvious.
do
Yeah,
it,
that's not what he meant.
we end up rolling back
Exactly.
like more than I don't want to.
We all know that. Keep going.
All right. Then let me just comment on it then. So when we say heat is the cause of water boiling, is there room for improvement?
No.
No.
Good point.
Thank you.
Exactly. You might as well just drop that in. Exactly that. So in terms of where his grey area runs out, is if it's actually validated science, it's empirical. You know, it's not a agree disagree after it's been validated. Part of the method includes systematic experimentation. That is to say that if I come up with a valid hypothesis, I assume A causes B, I vary A, it causes B, I go eureka, and then that's it? No, then tell next man to do it himself without my influence, and next man to do it, and do it a lot, often, so that we're in no doubt whatsoever that every single time you vary A, it definitely causes B. To verify that there's no error in the experimental setup, all of those things are incorporated in the systematic aspect of experimentation. It's not just done once. So there's no grey area in that regard whatsoever. If A causes B, it doesn't not cause B and never will not cause B. It will always cause B. So no grey area.
There's an underlying agenda. There's an underlying agenda here with this part of the conversation. I don't know where it's going to end, but you got Dan the Waterman is stuck on his agenda of, is the scientific theory a fact? And are all facts scientific theory? So he's going to just bash himself in the face with a spade shovel because of his agenda. There's an underlying, what I'm saying, you're missing it through the chirping.
There's always room to find better, to tweak and find.
Is that Chocolate trying to get a word in?
No, just to slightly add on to what Kiwi just said. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, it doesn't sound like he's actually trying to distinguish the difference between a scientifically validated theory and just the colloquial theory. So the people he's talking to are just going to take theory as just, theoretical and just the colloquial, as opposed to him actually determining to them what's the difference. Is a scientific theory validated by experiment? Is it actual fact, or are we just talking about theoretical, hypothetical shit?
Gotcha.
Well,
So
that's
by
a tricky
sounding
one, because he did actually say that it was like the highest of standards, right? Well, when you're talking about that, you have to be referencing the actual method and not the colloquial. So it's all mixed up.
But that's my point. He knows that, but he's not determining to the guy he's speaking to about that, right? He's not telling that guy. So,
Right. No, I can see what you're saying. Just to dilute that down a little bit further, you're saying that if he can get them nodding along to the highest standard of proof and evidence being a theory, and they all nod along and but we don't really define what that means, and then we move on to Einstein's theory, everyone's just going to keep nodding along as they insert some pseudoscience after the fact.
Yeah, it's the highest standard that he doesn't got.
Right.
Find better information.
So that is how science works.
It gets better, refined over time, as opposed to.
No, it doesn't. So when you say science gets better refined over time, that's outside the grey area. No, it doesn't. If you validate your cause of an effect every single time that somebody does that, providing there wasn't an error in the setup, will always yield the same result. A cannot both cause B and not cause B at the same time. So there's no change. Doesn't evolve, doesn't get better. No, it's just empirical from the outset. If you validate your cause of the effect you study in nature, that would be a actualization of a hypothesis, otherwise known as an experiment, to get your theory afterwards, because that's not been detailed.
If science gets better over time as it evolves, what do you do with the first finding?
Well, I'm sure they're not referring
Well,
to building.
hang on. Open-ended question. What do you do with the first finding? You create a whole globe model on the first finding, but it gets better over time. So now you got to cast that out of there and come up with Einstein's general relativity, because you can't use Newton anymore. The science got better all the time. Sounds like Jaron was listening to this.
Well,
Flat
the
Earth
thing
theory, which
is,
never
you can
gets
build on knowledge, right? Like, you figure out that if you give people lemons, they won't get scurvy. You can build on that knowledge to figure out that vitamin C was or the lack of vitamin C was the cause. But that doesn't mean that lemons won't stop scurvy. You know, like I don't think that's what they mean.
Yeah,
let's
that's not what he
build
meant.
on. Let's build on heat to boiling water. Can we build
Right.
any more?
Right. It's too vague. They're being vague for a reason, right? It gives you artistic license to go anywhere, right? So he's just parroting like Discovery Channel, this theoretical physicist, and this other idiot, right? So we know what this is. This is cherry pie in the sky rhetoric. Keep going. Let's see if we got some meat.
It's refined. It simply is what it is.
New ideas have limited access to media and limited exposure. Until we're in us university curriculums, we will continue to appear uneducated.
What have you offered?
What?
Really?
What's this Waterman or whatever he's called offered to put into a curriculum?
We've gone away from theory into a curriculum for some reason. I don't know why.
I
No, I
think
don't
he's
either,
going
but I'm
for
just
the
saying-
consensus.
I'm just saying
This
from an
is like
educational
consensus talk.
I'm just saying from an
Sorry.
educational point of view, what has this guy offered to put into the curriculum?
True. I don't know. They just red herringed themselves.
What they offered is we see too far.
Keep going.
This is bizarre. Like, oh, so you're not in the university, so that means that nobody's gonna listen to you. Really? But what if your theory is just very solid and anybody that listens to it can actually grab hold of that, test something about it in order to figure out whether there's truth to it? I mean, this is nonsense. You don't have to have some kind of paper to have legitimacy in people's minds. Ideas have legitimacy, not pieces of paper.
I think what he's referencing is the fact that in the old days, we know that the Bible was used as a textbook. In the new days, you can't even refer to the Bible, and it's all evolution based. And he's saying we need to have our side, our position in the school and university system, but it's not. I think that's where it's going to.
Yeah, but what? What would you teach?
I know he hasn't offered. He hasn't offered anything. I know.
Okay.
It's a red herring fallacy. That's why we're
But
red
it's
herring
also
fallacy.
airy fairy idealistic. It's like if I said, okay, I've got this great idea for this bottle stopper that keeps the fizz in champagne after you've used it, right? It's like totally different to any other bottle stopper. I think this should be taught in schools. And you go, well, what would the lesson be called? Well, it'd be called bottle stopper. And this guy would go, well, it would be called flat earth. Okay, day one, lesson one. What are you going to teach them? What's he got?
We see too far.
That's the lesson. Crap. What are you going to put into the curriculum? I mean, we could say we've got plenty of material that we can cross-reference, like navigation. But I haven't developed that. That's a navigation class. And my sister's taken one. She had to get qualified to go out on her boats, right? Well, at the end of that, she was qualified in a flat earth skill. Well, that's already in place. You can already do a navigation course. You want to learn about flat earth? Go and do a navigation course.
Well, that's not true. In the history of science, we had many occasions that the idea it was not welcomed by the society.
Sorry, what is it? A guy coming in on this carriage with science written over it, and he didn't get flowers thrown at him? It doesn't matter what society likes about science. Science is empirical. Now, if someone turns around and go, "Oh, I don't like the fact that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy," don't know if I like. Who cares? It's
I don't like that
inconsequential to
either.
the discussion.
I don't like it either, Nathan. I don't like that lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. I'm very unhappy about that.
Right,
It's
but
still true, though.
Yeah, it's still a cause and effect relationship established in science that saved many lives. But this guy says that it's not welcomed. No, science just, if it's validated, often moves forth into technological realms to help people or medical realms to help people. It advances society if you've got valid science. Doesn't matter what the people think about it. Half the time when real science is presented to normies, they don't even understand what it means anyway. What they understand is, oh, look at that microwave or whatever it is that it provides them after the fact. They understand the technology, not the science. But it doesn't matter if they do.
It's all non sequitur because it's conflated with category errors, with objective. They're conflating objective with the collective subjective.
Einstein was one of them.
Galileo
was one of them. But if your theory is an authentic one,
theory is the result of scientific experimentation based on a hypothesis. So what's he talking about?
Hang on. He said Galileo was one of them. What cause and effect real science did Galileo do?
None. Zero.
That was the slipping in of the colloquial use of the word theory without people noticing.
And a name drop. So Einstein and Galileo, we need to see a single experiment ever done by Einstein or Galileo. That he had been through that, right?
Does
and it can go through this hardship of scientific method, eventually will win.
I used to believe
the hardship.
Is that a reification fallacy?
The hardship of the scientific method.
Is he suggesting that application of the scientific method, which is observing natural phenomena and formulating hypothesis to then actualize hypothesis in an actualization of said hypothesis to give you an empirical outcome, is something very hard to do? Hence his words, the hardship of the scientific method. Or was it a reification fallacy? Go on, Humble H. Humble H? Hello?
His mic's just on.
Nathan, what
yourself?
a point we can just pause on. So there's supposed to be science. So far, no science. All of a sudden, when it's time to put the creme de la creme scientific method, oh, the hardship of the scientific method.
Yeah, man, it's like bearing the cross all over again. It's so tough, scientific method. I mean, it is really such a burden, to actually do it.
Yeah, that's it. Chocolate's got it. It's in the local county jail, holding a tin cup, waiting for a bit more water to come his way, rattling it against the bars.
Swing low, sweet cherry.
Listen, because hang on, Chocolate, because it's so hard to do the scientific method, we're just going to go to pseudoscience and skip that step.
Well, pretty much, yeah. So they do revere it, but they also admit that it's very hard. It's like almost torturous, maybe. But they do actually worship it.
Did they acknowledge the scientific method? Because that's the first time I've heard method put with science in this entire debate.
No, they haven't acknowledged what it is. He's just
They
said it.
only bring it up when they can remind you simultaneously what a burden it really is. That's why they don't bring it out a lot.
The hardship of the scientific method, John.
Believe
Calm down with
that science was after the truth, right? We all just want to know what the truth is. Science has been trying so hard to divorce itself from the idea.
So it's out of court. No, guys. No. The story continues. He's gone from singing in the jails, nobody knows the trouble I've been. He gets let out, he gets bail. Now he's trying to divorce itself from the idea of a creator. So he's in the divorce courts, his science and the scientific method in this reification fallacy from this dude. What a joke.
Right, he's being re-educated in jail.
Yeah, science is a method. It doesn't try and divorce itself from the idea of a creator. That's the ontological primitives that affirm a creator. Has nothing to do with science. What's he babbling about? This guy doesn't know what science is either.
Of a creator, when God's intent was to create science to lead you to Him. Sometimes things seem supernatural that we are able to explain later through, science. Okay, I understand. But there are other things as well that are supernatural, that go beyond the natural, that we can only explain through believing in a creator.
What?
He said that the idea of a creator is that he would use science to bring people to him. No, it's creation itself. It's not science. It's
The
creation.
ontological primitives. This isn't
He
science.
says that the scientific method will lead to a point in some questions where you have to believe in a creator, or maybe that's just like kind of disconnecting from the fact that it's an ontological primitive and you have no other choice in conception.
Right.
Oh, no. You have to believe in a creator all of a sudden. Oh, okay.
But he's framing this in science like it has anything to do with it. It doesn't. No, don't get me wrong. I'll argue all day about the ontological primitives and where they lead you to a creator, but it's got nothing to do with flat Earth, and it's got nothing to do with science.
This is my
I
big
would beg
issue.
to differ, sir.
Oh, okay.
I was getting ready, all right, go ahead, Huey. I was getting ready to agree with you, I believe.
Yeah, I'd beg to differ. Do you remember the scientific evidences I have for a creator in combination with the ontological primitives, by the way?
Remind me.
Remind you about the scientific evidences?
Yeah.
Yep. Quantum mechanics, DNA, functional sequence specified complexity, and the laws of thermodynamics. Now, the laws of thermodynamics aren't science, so we can subtract that one. Functional sequence specified complexity. It's borderline, but the first two, DNA with information, and the same thing with quantum mechanics information. Yep, I can do it.
Okay, fair enough. I'll let him off then.
When are you going to do it?
He's not going to do it. That's the point.
Right. And it has
Issue
nothing
with-
to do with belief, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, that stood out to me.
Scientific approach and non-scientific approach. You are absolutely right. In science, we are after the truth. And we are hoping by each day we're getting closer and closer.
If you were to ask a real scientist what they're doing when they apply the scientific method, their answer wouldn't be truth. Now, that might shoehorn into it, but the answer is cause. Not truth, cause. We want to know the cause. So we've got an explanation for why something happened. Well, you can explain it if you know what caused it. Well, you could call it truth, but it's so bloody vague and wishy-washy and not pertinent to the point.
Yep. Too vague.
But what I was going to the philosophical naturalists have successfully cloaked themselves in science at this point.
Yep.
And that's unacceptable for a flat earther to allow them to do that.
Closer to the truth. We never get there. Never.
Well, I know that's true for you.
No, this is science.
Yeah, he's talking about science being for the truth and then describing how they'll never get there. He's greasing the skids for his just so stories in pseudoscience that are about to be presented. That's what's happening.
That's you guys. You think you do have the truth. Now let's look at the evidences. As you were mentioning, you do have the conclusion. Let's find the evidences. Science doesn't work that way.
That's not true.
that's not what
That
we-
is not
But
true.
you're saying
He keeps invoking the spirit of science.
But it
all the
kind of
time.
does work that way. If I've got a hypothesis that's yet to be validated, right? One of those two statements is going to prove true at the point of actualization, right? Making his statement false.
He couched it in a begging the question, circular reasoning fallacy about coming to the conclusion first and then go searching for evidences. Did you see that sleight of hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds very familiar to what Jaron was saying. Science doesn't prove things.
That's where he's going. He's greasing the skids.
No.
you are referring to Jesus, whom many billions of people do not believe, including myself.
And many more billions do.
So what?
So who's right?
Of course I can.
So the
So what's this
How
got
do
to
we
do
go
with
to
science?
Jesus?
What does this have to do with the nature of flat Earth or the globe
No,
Earth as being claimed? Not relevant. Not science.
No, this is
Good, sir.
this is about the
Good, sir.
consensus science, and the guy actually
How
consensus
did he
him
get
out.
to Jesus?
Huey, hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, Darwin.
Now, look, he actually used the the consensus science type thing against the baller there, right? By saying, yeah, more people actually believe in God. Like, and he's quickly got to move on because, the consensus in this case is in favor of Christianity there.
Yeah, it's like consensus versus consensus.
Yeah, that's
bandwagon fallacy. Yeah.
Say that again. Whoever that was.
I was just saying it's essentially a bandwagon fallacy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, based on people's opinions. See, they're cross. That's why it's so confusing to everyone. That's why Ten said, why did they bring Jesus into this? But they're conflating objectivity with subjectivity. That's why it's so convoluted and it's gibberish.
Right, but to me, it just stands out how much he just suddenly starts to stumble when he the guy that brought that up. Yeah, the majority believes in Christ. The other guy doesn't actually know how to deal with that, but the guy that said it probably didn't even realize that he totally got the other guy by the balls for real because he's gonna let it slip. I'm predicting this.
Chocolate.
I was gonna say it's like I agree with Arlen. It's kind of like, oh, look how many people believe in this consensus thought that I have, and then how many people believe in the consensus thought that you have. So why, if more people believe in Jesus than believe in science, why don't you just believe in Jesus? That's kind of what it sounds like to me. He's trying to say, but not able to kind of say it. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to be slick with it.
He's not gonna push it through.
Say that we start with a conclusion and then try to match everything to make it work. Like that to me is complete dishonesty. That is not true at all.
That is what you are doing
No,
right now.
you're not. You're making that assumption.
No,
which
it's
I
not
think
my
science
assumption.
does.
Nathan, let me comment on the last one still. So here's the scientist saying, I don't believe in Jesus. Fine, we're not talking about Jesus. You're claiming to be a scientist. You talked about the scientific method. Can you please demonstrate through the scientific method how you measured the Earth?
A lot of. So do you make assumptions or not? Does science make assumptions? Does science make assumptions?
Yeah, we do make assumptions based on things that are well.
Nope.
Personification.
Nope. There are no assumptions in science. We went over this.
Suppositions.
Now, there's suppositions, not assumptions. They don't know what assumptions mean.
No, but she wasn't talking about in science. She was talking about the assumptions of science itself.
No, pseudoscience. You're right, Alwyn. It's one word wrong. Alwyn's right. It's just they're talking about. She's saying in your pseudoscience claims, do you make assumptions? That's what she's actually saying.
Well, that would be true. Right. But that's not what she said. She didn't say pseudoscience. She said science.
No, but that's what she's referring to because they've been positioned as science. We've identified them as pseudoscience. So when she asks them if their science makes assumptions, what she actually means, without realizing it, is do you pseudoscience numpties make assumptions when you make up shit that you haven't got science for?
That's true. That would have been helpful if you said that.
Good
right,
one.
but now you're back to giving that hyper specificity. She also said we see too far, but she meant the hyper specific way that she never asked it. So she did it twice, one this way and one the other way.
Well supported and proven and reproven. We don't have
Show
to.
me how you isolate gravity.
Wait a second. Stop. Proven and reproven. I just thought before that they never got the truth.
Yeah, contradicting himself.
Yeah.
But they're talking about the overarching truth of all things, right? They can't get that, right? That's what they're talking about.
Getting real.
Philosophical mumbo jumbo dreaminess.
Oh, we've just got to finally got to a good question.
How to isolate gravity.
Right. She's just basically asked a housekeeping question. Show me how you isolate gravity if gravity is an assumption. Show me how the scientific method, I don't know what she says next, but is used or something like that. Right? That's the question. That's pretty much as close as you'll get to the housekeeping question, right? She's got scientific method in there. She's asking how it's been isolated. The discussion topic point is science. She's saying there's an assumption, gravity. Man, this is epic. You've completely redeemed yourself, Blondie.
Well, and hold on, in greater context, though, all that can be done now, because they've not defined what science is do damage to the understanding of what science is. So what good have you gained?
No, she hasn't, because of the way that this has been positioned till now. But at least I can identify a good question where she's asked it.
Unless
but we've let her invoke gravity rather than them invoke gravity. She's brought gravity up now. They haven't.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah, she's doing the same thing she did last time, inserting something that hasn't actually been raised as a claim. So she's offering it up as a begging the question fallacy on their behalf, but asking them to debunk it. But that is typically what we do in the housekeeping questions daily. We know there's a positive assertion of gravity. Now, the fact that she's preemptively brought it up could be faulted on her part. We faulted her for it earlier, so why not? Outrageous, love. Take it all back.
Well, keep playing it because it's about to change.
You show me in the scientific method how you isolate gravity.
We've done that. Actually, right, show me the scientific method where you isolate gravity. No, prove. Show me the phenomena observed in nature of gravity. Step 1, observe phenomena. She's talking about isolating it. You were right, Raymond. Yeah, she's immediately just begged the question in a very terrible way for them on their behalf. So she's got it.
What's gravity, by the way?
Yeah, what's gravity? How are you going to be isolating if we don't know what it is?
Man.
Hello?
She
Hello?
took away
Hello?
the
Hello? Hello?
opportunity.
Middle of a sentence.
Sorry.
Yeah, how are you going to isolate it? How are you going to describe it as a variable to isolate it? Why are you asking them about it if it's undefined? It's riddled. Yeah, I gave praise too quickly. Go ahead, Chocolate.
I was going to say she took away the opportunity for them to bring it up and for her to ask the question. Gravity, what's that? Define that, please. Before we get to, can we isolate that shit in a scientific method? No. What is that first? Let's get to that first.
Yeah, where's it observed in nature?
Chocolate, there's a way to bring it up without handing it to them. Well, in your globe model, there's something called gravity. Do you need it for the globe model? Please define it for us.
I wouldn't even do that.
I'm with Chocolate.
Well, they're not forthcoming. And so she's jumping in there because they're not forthcoming. They still haven't talked about science except for mentioning scientific method and then saying that it can change over time. So it's subjective.
See, but I'm curious to know in her phrasing the question like that, does she understand that in her phrasing it that way, she's describing how science would use, colloquially, would use gravity as an independent variable instead of establishing whether it exists first.
But now you're playing into what she is typically doing, and that is invoking a entity that is science and what its spirit would do. That's what she's doing constantly, not even referencing the method, but all constantly doing that. The spirit of science. What would science do? It's like science is literally their Jesus. Instead of what would Jesus do, they say, what would science do?
She said isolate. She tried.
Yeah,
she said isolating. So she's trying to pin them down. But from the beginning, this whole thing has gone awry. And at this one point where it could be one again, it's going awry again.
Yeah, but my point is if she wins, what has she accomplished at this point besides damaging what science actually is?
I don't think it's going to rye. It's going to pumpernickel.
Either way, she's toast.
You're like a round Mars candy.
In this edit, there's like bits where they've got whoever the producer is coming in and discussing what's going to happen next, and they've kept them in the edit. Right, it's only half an hour long. You're like, my God, it must have been a really crap conversation to put this together.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. So it's like a raw recording.
I did a similar thing.
In the title, I tried to say it. They're looking for middle ground. They're not looking for a win.
So I did something similar. So after the interview with Vice, they invited me back to round up the year and discuss all of the subject matters that we all had expertise in, that they'd done interviews with people over the previous year. So we all got together, this ragtag bunch of people, and did exactly this. Basically, exactly the same, right? And After the fact, they went, nah, it didn't come off the way we wanted it to, so we're going to scrap it. So it never made it to air. But looking at this, it was the same. And it was kind of lots of dead conversations that didn't go anywhere, that weren't related to necessarily the topic that was on their list of things that needed to be discussed. And it probably would have ended up like this, with like edits with the producer coming in going, right, guys, we're just going to take a 5-minute break for a bit for you all to cool down. It's like, why does this need to make it into the edit? Because they've got garbage material, that's why. They haven't got much to work with.
Kill
Clearly.
the format fallacy.
Insert drama.
Or it's a leak. It could be a leak.
It's a PL format. Let's
raw
continue.
footage. Like a raw footage, not from the original
Oh,
producer.
stop majoring on the minors. Get going.
How are you guys feeling? How is this discussion going?
I kind of feel like I want to develop some of this stuff a little bit more. It feels high level, but I feel like there's so much that I haven't really even touched base on.
Well,
way to insert a
she needs to
nonsense.
keep up to date with the flat Earth debate.
Feeling.
Oh, what was high?
Okay, guys, if you haven't got anything constructive, thank you.
I do. What
Go
was
ahead.
high level in anything?
Flat Earth debate.
No. What was high level in anything that anybody said there?
None of it.
Nothing.
Just wanted to hear the sound of her own
She's
voice.
talking about her feelings.
Yeah. Just wanted to hear the sound of her own voice.
Well, I mean, I certainly didn't think that anybody was on either side was going to flip.
Well, there's still time.
There's still time. I have hope for you, Wendell. And
Well, why don't you give him some evidence that the Earth is flat? Why don't you talk about measuring the Earth as flat and requiring it to be flat to take angles to develop our time? No, time's not going to turn this man into a flat earther or turn the other man into a globe earther. Evidence of one or the other will. That's what we offer. This is crap. People wasting their time with flat Earth, as far as I'm concerned. That's why I'm saying that we might appreciate that the Earth is obviously observably, measurably, and navigatably flat. That doesn't make us flat earthers. Because flat Earth is a waste of time. This is what you get if
Can
you...
I get-
Yeah, I'm not in the middle of a
Sorry.
sentence or anything. It's all right. You should go ahead.
Sorry, it just seemed like you were done. Go on. I apologize.
Flat Earth is a waste of time. When I was moaning about David Weiss, no, he's just your archetypical flat Earth waste of time. That's all he is. Same with Jaren. You're watching this shit to presumably figure out how you can tell next man Earth is not a sphere or prove it's flat to them. Right? Now, I'm speaking on your behalf, but that's what I came to Jaren's show for and quickly realised I didn't get any of it. Got banned from Globebusters chat for asking them to prove flat Earth a bit more than their nonsense. Right? That was my entrance into this subject. Prove flat Earth. Talk about flat Earth a bit more. I'm keen and excited and want to hear how it's flat. Prove it to me. Right, well, they had nothing, so they banned me back then. And nothing's ever changed. Right? So flat Earth's a waste of everybody's time, isn't it? If this is what you get, if this is what you presented with when you come to a flat Earth subject from the mainstream, it's just a waste of half an hour.
No, you got pretend to clown flat earthers. That's the problem. Right? That's the whole issue. Pretend to clown flat earthers and their feelings and their open-toed sandals and bad breath and kumbaya, and they want to white flag it. Let's find some middle ground. Let's talk about our beliefs. This is a bunch of horse shit. This is what sent me off the edge. This is one of the videos.
Let's agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah. White flag.
Yeah, what's this?
Say,
agree to disagree was the catchphrase of the last discussion topic that we've covered, right? With the guys from Globebusters or whoever they were, Witsit and Hibbler and Jaren and Dave. And agree to disagree was like a little catchphrase every time the other ass handed to him. This one's labelled in the title, middle ground. What the hell?
Jelly. I don't know about Dan. I have hope for you too. But, it's certainly, I'm glad it's a civil discussion, certainly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Again,
Okay, can I?
why
go
do we
on.
care how civil the discussion is? Yeah, that's what Flat Earth Math Charles calls his show, civil discussion. Until he gets held over a barrel by me about him needing R when he's claiming he doesn't need it. And then saying, oh, well, it's just an estimate. While all of his chat say, didn't you hear him say you could throw it out, Nathan? While I held him to task on needing R, he muted me. Tried to take over the conversation with questions of me when he was being held to task for R. That's what civil discussion meant to Charles, Flat Earth Math. Now, for the guys over at Globebusters, same thing. Look how civil we were when we lost. Look how polite we were to each other when we lost our asses to a guy who wasn't very capable of even claiming globe Earth. A guy who managed to flip the burden over and over again. Look, but weren't we civil? Who cares?
So instead of stability, everybody's looking for civility.
I mean, maybe leave in the comment section an answer to this question. Have you come for polite civility, nice, wholehearted chit-chat between friendly people who all get along? Or have you come because you want to know how Earth is not a sphere? How Earth is demonstrably flat? Is that what you've come for? Just let me know in the comments, which is it you want? Nice, friendly chat and civil discourse and people agreeing to disagree? Or do you want to know it's flat? And how?
I want stability.
I view it, I just hear, when I hear this crap, I hear it as just hypocritical projection, right? Like the guys, like when the Globers want to say, oh, we just want a civil conversation, we want a middle ground, we want you to come to a neutral platform so we can have a civilized conversation. Well, they forget that they're the ones who act all uncivilized from the beginning of this. They're the reasons that if flat earthers have to lose their minds arguing with them, they're the reason. Because all they do is bring fallacious reasoning and fallacy. So now what? Some of them want to put out there, oh, let's just have a civilized discussion with the flat earthers. Meanwhile, they're the same ones that will insult us and ad hom us all day. Like, it's just projection to me. That's all I hear.
No.
Feelings.
No, that's not it. That's not it. The civil discussion is greasing the skids for them to piss down your back and tell you it's raining.
Yeah, that's
Yes, sir. I experienced a neutral platform. I know what you mean.
May I finish?
Exactly
but I
my
never
point.
started.
Yeah, Ted.
Yeah, thank you. The term, this is high-level discussion. Now, we just heard it, and it's being directed to the pseudo-scientist people claiming science. It's high-level discussion. I don't know anything about what they said was high-level discussion, and to give them the aura that they speak for true science is what that statement tells me. Oh, they're smarter than me. This is high level. I'm going to have to research and look into it. There wasn't anything said. There wasn't anything proven. All they did was jump around and never give us any proof. So this whole show proves that when you use the 8 housekeeping questions and you're a regular on FED debate and you have the killer arguments, this can never happen to where a flat earther could say, oh, I ran into a high-level discussion. I have to look into it.
Maybe they should come
fair,
to Flat Earth
Did she mean it that way?
Racist channel for some high-level conversation. Oh my goodness!
I don't know. I could be wrong. I heard her say that the discussion is getting to a higher level. I didn't hear her say it has been high level, but I could be wrong.
Let's listen.
Well, the thing is,
hold on, John.
when you get
Hold on.
when you get to the level that you're actually debunking their claims or pointing out how they require a flat Earth to make their claims, they will silence you. That is a neutral platform they want.
Can you go back and forth with this for about another 5 minutes? I'm going to make a quick egg sandwich.
All right.
Good. That's a pretty heavy load you're putting upon us.
The greatest moment in television history right there.
What?
They're on YouTube and they lined them up one side of the room and the other side of the room, and now they're cheering. I mean, like I say, this is like last time. How did this make it to the edit? I don't know.
Oh my goodness! They're patting each other on the back like the other guys.
Kumbaya moment?
No, the producers asked them if NASA's trustworthy or not.
So, I mean, obviously any organization can be wrong with certain things, and they may have individuals that lie or deceive or something.
Well, like astronauts. Yeah, they lie and deceive. Yeah. I can give you examples. They claim to be in Narnia. I mean, I keep calling it Narnia because it's a place that isn't real, only exists in stories and on TV. But outer space, that's the second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, that if real, we wouldn't be alive because the gas would fill the space. If rockets could traverse through atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, then so could all the gas. It would also follow the same path as the rocket out into space, leaving us with no gas to breathe. So yeah, there's definitely people in certain, NASA arenas that lie and are deceitful. They're called astronauts. There's no uncertain terms about this. They are liars because they claim to be in a place that isn't real.
But as a general organization, they're looking for the truth.
How the hell do you know, as a general organisation consisting of 10,000 odd people, whether or not each individual within that is looking for truth, or just trying to get a paycheck at the end of the day and pay for food? Primarily aren't really concerned with how truthful anything is because it's not really a concern for them when they're doing a bit of hoovering around NASA, if that's their job. But you want to speak for every single person in NASA? No, the only people that matter in NASA are the people who tell you you're on a sphere in this instance. And in this particular discussion, it should be very specific to whether or not they've got science, as that's the discussion topic. So what, we're going to assess the truthfulness of the people who work at NASA like it's relevant to anything? No, the only bit that's relevant is the people in space, because that's not real, therefore liars.
Yeah, the
He could
idea
appeal
that
to the truth. Oh,
Again.
I was going to say he could appeal to the truthfulness of NASA documents that state that you require a container for gas pressure.
Right. Or that you need
That's
a flat,
that's a bit of
motionless
a
plane
problem.
to navigate.
NASA and the government is lying to us about the shape of the Earth.
The one on my right.
Whoops, sorry.
It wouldn't be that far-fetched. Has the government ever lied to us is really the question at stake.
We all agree on that.
Really?
Common ground.
Now we have NASA.gov, right? And absolutely, they're not lying about anything.
I think we just covered this, right? NASA astronauts are lying. They're not in space. Any claim from NASA, willing participant or otherwise, that claims there's a place that you can go where gas would also go, leaving us dead, is a lie.
Completely transparent, everything is true. We'd be foolish to
There's
think
a
that's
difference
true.
here. I'm sorry, this is a fallacy here. There's
Not
a
a fallacy.
I'm sure it is.
Go
See,
ahead.
you were talking about a government. Now
Sure.
you're talking about.
Did someone want to add something?
Yeah, like he said, I'm sure it's a fallacy. I'm sure it is. She asked him, what's the fallacy? I'm sure it's one. I'm not going to name which one, but
So what is
yeah,
it?
I'm sure it is.
NASA is not technically a governmental agency.
I don't know.
Agency of the
NASA.gov.
government.
But
This agency is scrutinized by thousands and thousands of scientists around.
Sorry, what does a scientist scrutinising NASA have to do with?
Really?
It's not science. Why is it every time I start responding, somebody from G Plus talks straight through me after 3 words? What's going on? Try that again. The scrutiny of scientists is reserved solely for phenomena observed in nature and the explanation thereof. So they're not scrutinising NASA. This man doesn't know what science is, therefore he doesn't know what scientists do, therefore he can ascribe scrutinisation to NASA. Just absurd.
The globe. You are dealing with smart people, believe me.
Oh, really? We're dealing with smart people as opposed to systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis that's been validated. I don't care how smart they are. They lie about being in space. Therefore, they're deceitful.
You are
I
dealing
don't
with
deny.
smart people.
I don't deny that.
So it is very hard to do that. Once or twice, maybe. Not for the whole time.
Sorry, it's really difficult to deny that they're smart people the whole time. Doesn't matter. Just whether or not they've got science. And whether or not they're lying about being in a sky vacuum, that's all that matters. Doesn't matter whether or not I deny it once or 50 million times, my friend. This is totally inconsequential. Again, high-level discussion or jabbering nonsense? I think it's the latter.
Nathan,
Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan. So he said the scrutiny of scientists, thousands of them, are there almost like a watchful third eye scrutinizing NASA every time. Now, that's like, okay, how are you going to prove that? That's ridiculous. Number two, what scrutiny? Does this scientist who's scrutinizing NASA say, hey, you can't have gas pressure without containment? So what are you doing in that second law of thermodynamics violation? Is that the scientist he's talking about?
Just the magical unicorn scientists that he appeals to when he wants to make an example that disagrees with a statement they've made.
I just
What is
love
the
how
proof?
on one hand he's
Hundreds
accused
and
her
hundreds of pounds of
committing
moon
fallacy.
rocks.
Say again, Raymond?
Sorry, I was just going to say I love how in like one breath he's just accused her of committing a fallacy, and then he goes ahead and just argues from authority straight away.
Right.
And dust. And we have distributed those freely to PhD scientists around the world.
We have. No, the lying astronauts claim to have gathered them, have distributed them. We haven't distributed them. You haven't distributed them. The astronauts, detailed specifically as liars, distributed them to scientists. Now, you could, as a flat earther, start offering up some descriptions of petrified wood or some other garbage, or you can debunk it at its root. Yeah? Annihilate it from the outset. Sorry, where did you say these rocks passed on to scientists to study as concrete nouns? Because they're not phenomena occurring in nature, they're rocks. But we're going to pass them to scientists, what, to establish the cause of rock? No, definitely not scientists that these are being passed to. Meanwhile, where did they come from? Oh, they came from a journey in a sky vacuum. No, they didn't. It's, again, from those liars, right? Those individuals that lie to you about being in a place that doesn't exist. They didn't give anybody rocks from a sky vacuum. They didn't come from the moon. They didn't travel through a sky vacuum. We'd all be dead.
And not one of those geologists have said, what is this?
Been proven to be fake.
And also and collected.
Oh, so when I preemptively said you could attack the rocks claimed to be being studied by scientists to establish the cause of phenomena, a rock isn't that. Don't address any of that. Tell him that the rocks are fake. None of their rocks. The important point is whether or not they came from a journey through a sky vacuum. To a lie in the sky claimed to be a rock. So did that happen for them to get the rocks from the sky vacuum to the scientists? That bit didn't happen. Don't worry about whether or not they're fake. Fake what? Fake rocks?
On the ice in Antarctica and in the Arctic as well. Those are collected. You don't have to go to the moon to get moon rocks. As a matter of fact,
You don't have to go to the moon to get moon rocks. That's the flat earther statement. Okay? What makes you think it's a rock? Why are you making an affirmed statement that it's a rock and that moon rocks could come from there, but you just don't have to go there to get them? The moon's just a light in the sky. I have absolutely no idea what it is, and neither do you. They've said they've travelled through a sky vacuum to gather these rocks from that light in the sky, which is a rock. No, rocks don't fly around in the sky. Lights do, and I don't know what they are or how they behave beyond what I can see them observably doing. Now, as for travelling to a rock called the moon through a sky vacuum, no, that would leave us dead. So they're not moon rocks. I can debunk it. It's not that they only come from other places other than the moon, as this flat earther's declaring. They haven't come from the moon. They're not moon rocks.
in fact, all U.S. Air Force photography prior to 1958 shows a flat Earth. Only NASA shows
That's
a
not
sphere.
true.
That's
That is
absolutely
not
true,
true.
Jim. I wouldn't lie to you.
Baseless assertion fallacy. How are you going to show us all photographs? Right? I don't... Crap claim. Is this what he would put into the syllabus? Go on, whoever that was. Nobody.
And the other
NASA's lying to you, my friend.
The other bit of proof
Not myself.
is we have a laser retroreflector on the moon. Yeah.
That we're using now.
How did the retroreflector get onto the moon? Well, they launched off from the ground through the air we're all breathing, and at some point they traversed the air we're breathing that arbitrarily took a sphere-shaped. I'll call it atmosphere. So it took a sphere shape, and then they passed by the air and waved it goodbye. It just stayed there so they could look back at it, not expanding into the area they've traversed. Now, that's a violation of natural law, second law of thermodynamics violation. Definitely not. So, retroreflectors being placed on a rock in the sky involves a sky vacuum journey. Definitely not. There are no retroreflectors on that light in the sky. Further to that, when they claim they've got return signals from the moon, their arbitrarily assigned R value gives them the calculations for the return distances in timings. So it's dependent on them having a measurable R value to match up with their maths that they claim. And they don't have one. So it's all nonsense. It's debunked from every angle. So no. Anybody got anything to add?
Yeah, is this a story related to that?
Hold on, 10th verse then.
Go on, Chocolate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. Does this story relate to that guy from Bob at JPL with the ping?
That's just a different measurement claim, all of which will require R and the assumption of Venus to even claim you've got an estimate for the return signal, to then claim you've seen it in the estimated time based on R.
Why don't they just debunk it?
Listening to this, it shows you how a lot of the arguments that flat earthers made years ago, it doesn't really hold. It's almost like they were kind of this. They're good talking points, but they're almost designed to just go round and round, circular, not to actually establish anything. You know, like the moon rocks. Like I remember when, that was a thing. Yeah, moon rocks, and they were actually not rocks. They were petrified wood or whatever. But obviously here that wouldn't end. Having that conversation here wouldn't stand today. But it shows you how the arguments have progressed.
Still used to this day.
It's sitting there.
You can find to the inch how far away the moon is.
No pictures of home.
Need R for that. You'll need to assume Venus has the same R value as Earth. You'll need Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. And you'll need to assume it all based on an R value we've debunked. So, no, when you talk about measuring things to within the inch, no, you're not. No, you can calculate them, but you'll need R to do it, and you can't measure R.
That only is there. By the way,
Whether or not.
My question
Is that somebody adding something, or was that on there? Was it Discord? No?
to you is why? Why would all these honest, hardworking people perpetuate this massive...
Who cares? Appeal to motivation fallacy. Doesn't matter why they would do it. What we know is it's not a sphere, and the radius value used to claim that we've got measurements to it would assume that radius, and then the measurements claimed to be getting the radius were taken from a flat plane. So, no. Why would people assume... who cares? Appeal to motive.
Fraud. Why would they do this?
Who cares? They're lying about space. They're not in a sky vacuum. They are lying. I don't care why. Doesn't matter why. They are definitely lying. Astronauts are liars. Why did they lie? I don't care.
What's the benefit of doing
Okay, the benefit of it. They make $52 million a day.
Who cares? Again, the response from the flat earther isn't even required. Who cares? They're not in a sky vacuum. Who cares? They're not taking pictures of Earth from space. Who cares you haven't got rocks from the moon? Who cares there's no retroreflectors? Oh, but she's going to hark on about how much money they get. Yeah, isn't the world unfair? Doesn't really prove a flat Earth or debunk a globe, though, when you talk about 52 million a day or whatever they get. Doesn't matter.
Follow the money.
No, the little
Follow
guy...
the money.
The little guy...
That's what, then when you say all.
So he appeals to motive, she refutes it. His appeal to motive fallacy. Don't argue against it. Does it matter why they lie? Yeah, people get paid. Yeah, they get 52 million a day. What, to pay all the people that do all the crap around NASA? Does it matter? Yeah, the people who work for a living that aren't lying at NASA, and they are in the majority, I assure you, most of them aren't lying. Should they not get paid for doing a fair day's work? I don't think that's fair. Why would you appeal to this 52 million a day? There's lots of people at NASA. They all need paying. They all do a job. Why wouldn't you pay them? Does that somehow prove Earth's flat? It's a crap rebuttal to a non sequitur that he offered. His appeal to motive fallacy Just point out his fallacy and move on. And then point out that space isn't real. And that the NASA liars are those astronauts that we highlighted earlier. Because then it won't matter about 52 million a day. The premise they're punting for that 52 million a day, the cogs that turn for the cost of 52 million a day, produce lies from a sky vacuum that isn't real. That's what matters, not the 52 million.
Okay.
What I find funny about
And
this,
NASA was not found.
Say again, Chocolate?
I was going to say, what I find funny about this is that a couple of us made a song called "Why Would They Lie," and that's the purpose of that song was basically as a rebuttal to the question that we always got: why would they lie? Now, what I find funny is that in this case, it's the flat earthers that are appealing to why would they lie, which I think is bass backwards. Because that was the reason we made song, because we kept getting asked why would they lie, and that's not our point. That's you guys' point. Why would they lie? We're just telling you that they're lying.
Chocolate, did you say? Hang on, Chocolate, did you say bass backwards? Because
Yeah.
that sounds fishy.
Yes. Yes.
That's a good one, Ted.
Founded to prove the Earth was a globe. It had nothing to do with the way they were founded.
Well, if you go and study
Are
the
you
whole-
sure?
Yeah, positive.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't get the entirety of his claim, unfortunately.
Somebody has to be a voice for reason, and somebody has to be a voice for truth.
So, setting himself up as though everything he says is truth and reasonable. Well, let's see how truthful and reasonable the next few statements are, my friend.
It would be a fantasy to believe that I would change anybody's mind from the other three. However, if there's somebody sitting on the fence, and this is the first introduction to this debate, perhaps they'll hear the reasonable voice and say,
Right, maybe just lay down a proof of something, rather than describing how someone will hear you when they watch you. What's this proving or disproving? This is useless. This is waffle. What are you babbling about? Get to the point. Prove Earth's a sphere or debunk Earth's flat or debunk globe Earth. One or the other. I don't even know what side this guy's on. I don't care either.
yeah, that makes more sense than having this pizza-shaped Earth.
Who claimed there was a pizza-shaped Earth? Oh, you did you, Dumbo? So that becomes your claim. Oh, unless you wanted to superimpose that onto the person that wasn't sat next to you because you were sat on your own. So who's claiming Pizza Pie Earth beyond you?
I put myself in the mindset of the other side.
Why are these questions? If this was a discussion on science, who came up with these questions? None of them are
I
related
used
to
to be a
science.
ball earther. Everything you say right now is completely what I used to.
Ugh, how dirty. Ew. I used to be where you are. Now I am superior. Love, that's just gross.
Agreed to. So I completely understand where you're coming from.
For me, I think the correct way to do any kind of investigation or to examine things is by literally putting yourself in that mindset of the other person.
Really? What about if you were doing science? As that's the discussion point. You think you'd be putting yourself in the mindset of the person that's asking the question, what caused that? No, you'd just suppose a cause of the effect and vary it to see if it causes it. Putting yourself in the mindset of another person shouldn't have any place in a science discussion.
Person. So
How come he
I do
didn't,
that.
hang on, Nathan. How come he didn't say evidence, but he said the mind of that other person? I mean, who cares about the mind of another person? Show me the evidence.
In science, scientific evidence is an experiment that's been validated. That's what evidence is in this context.
I disagree with your position, but I completely understand from your perspective what you're saying.
Everything in the last three statements from this man were meaningless waffle.
Yep. Agree, disagree, subjective. Like I said, they've been in a category error this whole time.
The trouble I
Middle
have
ground, bro.
understanding your perspective is, in the modern world, unless you live in a cave somewhere, you have to believe in science implicitly.
You have to believe. There's no belief in anything empirical. Empiricism means there's no belief extension required. It either is or isn't. it just gets laid down to you, as the case is, once it's been validated. Belief isn't a prerequisite for science. So what are you talking about? You don't know what science is, my friend.
Exactly.
I'm
You
not
got
a
it.
flat
That was a tacit admission that he was clueless about science. Dan the Waterman. Thanks.
Or a young woman who said, I don't trust anything that science does. And
Science is a method. So you don't trust anything that science does? When you see him in the supermarket shopping, you don't trust him? What? Science is a method. There's no trust involved.
that's a problem
Science
because
stole my lunch
human
money.
beings can't replicate the whole body of science.
The whole body of science.
There it is.
There it is. Lay it out in the reification fallacy as it could be done in the most raw terms possible, my friend. Well done. The whole body? What? Lungs, spleen, stomach, heart, nervous system, skin, skull, brain. The whole body of science.
Hang nails.
What'd you say? Open toe sandals?
Hang nails. Yes.
Bad breath. Is that what we're talking about? The body of science. It doesn't have a body. It's a method. You complete clown.
Yep.
Every single generation. At some point, you have to trust.
No trust required. Covered it 3 times already. Method of empiricism. Either you understand the outcome if it's validated, or you don't. That's a standard of intelligence when it comes to understanding words that have been written down. Doesn't involve trust either. Just involves you being able to understand what's written down after you've validated a cause for an effect you observed in nature by varying your presumed cause and seeing if it caused it. That's validation. That's empiricism. No trust involved.
What's already been discovered and proven and move on to the next thing. Otherwise, we're not going to advance at all. I mean, when you turn that key ignition in your car, you expect the car to start out.
And that
That's technology, that's not science. Again, admirably demonstrating that his example, after detailing what science does, is a technological example with a car, not a naturally occurring phenomena that you're studying the cause of. That's science, not a car, not a man-made device. About as far removed from science as you can get.
blow up.
And not blow up because science put you in that position. So
Oh, did it? Was it the body of science? Did it walk me over? Did it escort me to the car, you complete clown?
So it's really hard to understand how people would know in their hearts that science achieves wonderful things and then just jumping ship when it comes to this other issue.
He's just greasing the skids. What he's talking about is his pseudoscience doing wonderful things. No, it comes up with wonderful stories. Science, on the other hand, just proves the cause of an effect if you can validate your hypothesis. So, this is all nonsense. The guy doesn't know what science is. Clown.
That line of delusion does lead to the whole, if it's not a globe, then I wouldn't have cell phones.
Well, no, that's the flat earther talking, by the way.
Oh, God.
I've given... No.
Oh, God.
No, I'll address that. I don't doubt it. At this point, in order to not go nuts, I have stopped assessing which side of the argument they are on when I critique what nonsense comes out of their mouth. I've just given up. I don't care what side of the argument they're on at this point. None of them are doing a good job, so they all can be critiqued equally.
Yeah.
Before you start, can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah, deal.
I'm just a construction guy. I learned everything I know about science from you guys. Now I understand why QE is on the freaking warpath, because I'm losing my mind right now.
Go ahead, QE.
I'm just saying, that's a very important point. I understand your contempt with the whole thing. I got it. However, it's very important to point out, especially to the people out here, I mean, in the hangout, because they're not seeing who's talking. The person that was talking there was the flat earther. That was Dan the Waterman, by the way, just to let you know. That's not, he's just bashing himself in the face with a spade shovel over vagueness of what he thinks science is, right? That is important, though, Nathan. But I understood your contempt noted.
We're not drawing conclusions. We understand the mechanisms that made that car work. There is no theories and no disputed conclusions involved there. It's not a good analogy. Can I admit a great...
Was that self-assessment, my friend?
compromise that we have to experience being against the grain people is we have to literally sit in a group and decide whether or not we can afford to have an opinion.
Anybody else do this? He's speaking on our behalf.
Nope.
He's told, it's like he abandoned the reason he was there now.
For his agenda, his numpty agenda. They're all guilty of it. Numpty agenda flat earthers. They like to hear themselves talk. That's it. That's all this is. And a white flag. It's almost, how would I say, what is a person that goes against the enemy and succumbs easily? What is
Cannon fodder?
Dan the Waterman.
Water.
I'll answer it. Dan the Waterman.
Now it's all the pretender clown flat earthers, including globe dumpsters. What is it? What would that be called?
Well, when you could take the headshot, the kill shot, destroy it, so they can't go for half an hour, and you'd never take it. This is what you get: back and forth, giving up, giving here, totally screwing up with the scientific method, using scientific method and saying it's the same as pseudoscience, and then beliefs. Instead of the method showing empirical results. I mean, this is so convoluted at this point.
I think we could boil it down to Dunning-Kruger on the part of the flat earthers also, correct? Did we do that?
Yeah,
Well,
I couldn't make the distinction of who was who when they were talking. So yeah, I would agree.
I knew you didn't. I knew you didn't. That's why I stopped and said it.
There's something you've said in the past. If you're not a subject matter expert, don't talk.
Yes.
There is an explanation for this Dunning-Kruger style behavior from flat earthers, though. It's because it's hard to justify this now. I've thought about it actually, because if you've got a belief in flat Earth, then why would you be so arrogant as to want to hear the sound of your own voice on the basis that you know something that they don't? If you've only actually got a belief in it, I mean, is it just that they're out on the circuit to reaffirm their own faith by arguing it with others, in the same way anti-flat earthers come here to reaffirm their faith in the globe Earth that they haven't got or are losing rapidly by arguing with us, so they can hopefully go away with a win and feel better? Is it the same but for flat earthers? They don't know it's flat, otherwise they'd be telling their opponent how it's flat and why it's flat to win this argument. So therefore we can only surmise that as a result of them not knowing it's flat, they need to argue to affirm their own faith.
Hey, could you imagine that to have this interview with the three pseudoscientists and have Nathan, Adam, and me be on the other side?
Well, they wouldn't. Well, the difference with that, right, is that I can imagine it, right, and after the fact, if someone was assessing it, they'd critique it from the globe Earth side as follows. This is that scenario. You, me, Adam against these three pseudoscientists, right? They'd say things like, You didn't let them get more than 4 words out before you interrupted them and told them how wrong they were. They didn't even get to the end of their globe Earth claim before you stopped them talking. That would be the critique. Because what would happen is they'd say, well, we came back with these moon rocks from the moon, and they gave them to scientists. And before they finished that sentence, we'd go, no, they came from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, so you definitely don't have any moon rocks being handed out to scientists. Why are you calling them moon rocks? Let's clarify what a moon rock is. And they'd be like,
we never got there.
Exactly, we wouldn't get there anyway. But no. I'm just thinking of examples that sit within what we actually heard. You're right, we'd never get to that stage.
It would never get there because and it wouldn't happen that way. It would be, okay, they would introduce themselves. One's a theoretical physicist. The other's an astronomer. I can't remember the third guy, who he was. There would just be questions, poignant questions, like, what is natural science? Can natural science be conducted without experiment? What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? That it would be over so quick. It would be such an embarrassment. It'd be a train wreck of a dumpster. It would be Armageddon for those numpties.
I was about to ask, do you think the 3 globe Earth pseudoscientists could answer that question? And then I thought, no, better not ask because I haven't actually identified who's who in this discussion. I don't know who's who's the flat earther, who's the globe earther. And you can't tell half the time. But then I thought about it and I thought, well, based on the fact that I can't tell who's who, and I'm guessing none of them could identify the answer to those questions, what are the three constituent parts of the scientific method? What is natural science? What was the other question you asked?
It doesn't matter. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Can natural science be conducted without experiments? I would fathom that none of them would be able to answer those three questions with a decent answer that would satisfy us without them getting shouted down and told how wrong they were.
Yeah.
A simple no would suffice.
Define a scientific hypothesis.
Well, it would hold on. It would put them in a predicament, though, because they would have to accept that experiment is vital to the scientific method, else the scientific world would destroy them. It would compromise them.
That's when the producer with
Hold on, John's got
QE
hold
on
on.
the shoulder.
John's got the point that's the most relevant to us specifically, right? He's saying that if they knew that question to ask, they probably wouldn't be in a position to ask it, because being asked to validate that methodology called science in the natural world requires these things that you now have to define with an experiment and a hypothesis being those two things, that compromises them because it undoes all of the arguments that will follow thereafter in this context. So therefore, they're only going to be debating these types of people. Same goes for when it was the other way round on our territory, if you want to call Jer and show that. Right? Brent wouldn't ever put himself in a position where he's going to be asked to define what science is. Because he's going to be greasing the skids the whole time for his nonsense science and arguing the tossing false dichotomy with their nonsense science. So long as we're all using the same magic trick, we can all pat each other on the back at the end of the debate as a job well done, regardless of who wins or loses, because we're all still using the same magic trick. Using science without defining it, and then claiming it's proving things when it isn't. So he doesn't want to get put in a position where he's asked what science is. That's why they don't come to us. Because they hear us asking those questions of the numpties that do come here, and go, sod that. That will literally compromise my position.
That's the point where the producers would tap QE on the shoulder, like, excuse me, we need this show to last more than 5 minutes, please. Could you not destroy them completely?
I would say our B, C, D, and E team on the panel could take all a break, and our Discord team would take these three on and win.
I was going to caveat my three choices of the panel members. I was going to say to the panel, now, if you feel slighted, don't. It's not a blow to your ego. Just take it easy. Have an ice cream cone.
It wouldn't matter who it was.
This is why this show and the outcome of this show will be well received by our audience. And this is why I'm glad we went to this format, because we take the housekeeping questions and use them in real life, which is what people need to repeat and watch and replay and take notes, so that when they're talking, they have the contrast of the so-called flat earthers with their weaker arguments versus how we're commenting, how they could be made stronger. And no, again, we're trying to help them too. Obviously we're not against them for trying, but we're trying to say, hey, use these arguments and you stop them in their tracks right away. And so I think everyone would benefit, including if any of these panel members saw this critique of it, they thank Nathan.
And that's tough.
I agree with you there, because we're the same thing. I mean, I think skeptics go through this and atheists go through this. I don't believe in God. When I'm around religious people.
Yeah, because that's what this is a religious discussion, right? So that's why he's talking about it, because this isn't a science discussion. He's going to start talking about his experience with religion and his lack of religion, and who cares? Aren't we supposed to be talking about science? That's what heliocentrism is. It's a religion. So that's why it's being juxtaposed with a different religion.
No, what he's trying to do is trying to put himself on the same level, Dan the Waterman. He doesn't believe in God. He's not religious. just like the pseudoscientist on the other side of the aisle. So he's trying to empathize and put himself on the same level so he can talk to them rationally as an atheist.
Same level as, life came from rocks. Yeah. Let's get on that level. What the hell?
I take a chance socially when I tell them I'm an atheist. So I know it takes some courage to follow your beliefs, and I appreciate that. But I think I've done a lot of research in that venue too. And it's not something I choose to believe in. It's something I have to believe in based on the evidence.
That's hysterical.
Again, in this context, scientific evidence is the actualization of a hypothesis in the form of an experiment that's been validated. That's evidence in this context.
See, what I get from you guys is that seeing is believing. So how come you believe in God or Jesus? You haven't seen.
But what, again, back to asking for his beliefs and his standards for his religious faith in God. Not that we're discussing the ontological primitives for anybody jumping down my throat after that statement. We're talking about science according to the title of this discussion. That's what it says in the title, Flat Earthers versus Scientists. Okay? Can we trust science is the topic. Why are we talking about this? Why is this even on the table?
I'll tell you why. Hang on. I'll tell you what he just did. It's the trick they've always used. What he's doing here, he's saying is, you haven't seen Jesus, but you believe in him, and I'm a scientist, and I need evidence to believe. I need evidence to know. Great. You haven't offered any, but that's what you keep saying, but you haven't offered any for your position. Notice, they say scientific method, they use the title science, but then when it comes to actually saying, here's what we found out when we went through the scientific method, none of these guys have done what they say the evidence shows them. None of them.
Well, he just read herring fallacy. Hold on. He just read herring fallacy. Who said anything about, what do you say, seeing is believing? You have to see something? Who brought that subject up?
Quite the contrary. The flat Earth, who I do know is a flat earther, the blonde woman, was telling you how not seeing is believing. We shouldn't be seeing this and that and the other.
Right. Why did that guy bring that up? It was like a talking point he maybe heard or seen in a forum or something. It was non sequitur to the discussion, to the previous point or any point.
He brought it up, QE, because he's going to hold a dichotomy of science against it, but he hasn't shown it.
Yeah, but he brought it up at the wrong time. The guy just told him, "I don't believe in God."
Right.
What are you doing?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
I've seen evidence, though.
Well, exactly. So we are looking for evidence. There are many, many other evidences for Earth not being flat.
Let's see if that baseless assertion gets backed up. He's just said there's many evidences for Earth not being flat. Okay, let's hear him.
Point is that these experiments.
So we've got experiments.
Oh shit!
So he's already failed because he said evidence for Earth not being flat, and then moved on to experimental data. He's got two problems. One is that it's a concrete noun. Earth being flat isn't a phenomenon you can study. It's outside the purview of science. Right? So why would he be qualifying this in the way that he is? It's just silly. I've forgotten number two, but whoever wanted to interrupt Arwin, go ahead.
I was just saying, he immediately moved on from the question, like immediately invoked, like, oh, look, here's this whole new thing. Oh, yeah. That's what they do.
My other point. Sorry, Arwin. You don't test the null. So if his claim is that you've got experiments that show Earth isn't flat, right? That would mean that you haven't established it, even if you bastardized it into a hypothesis, not that it would because it's a concrete noun. That would mean you've validated the null. Well, that means you're still left with a causal relationship for the concrete noun that is Earth being flat. So it just makes no sense on any level scientifically at all.
And the worst part is the flat earther will just let him get away with that. Instead of telling him, hey, whether Earth is flat or not is not a scientific question. He won't tell him that. I don't know if it's because he just won't say it or he doesn't know it, but why would he put those two things and juxtapose them like that? I don't get it. Well, I just get it
Clearly.
because she doesn't understand science.
They show that the Earth is globe. And you don't need to go outside the globe to see its globe.
It's a
You told me you
theoretical-
want the evidence. If you're
That's
saying
not-
that you look only to see something, then I dispute your belief system in God and Jesus or...
Wow, that was a very ham-handed segue in opposition. So, proof that it's demonstrably globe-shaped, and then you don't have any evidence for God. This is very sloppy.
Jehovah or Buddha or Zarathustra or anyone.
You keep going back to religion as being
Because
our
it's coming
conclusion.
from there.
No,
You think you do
no.
have the
I
truth.
have evidence. I have evidence.
So yeah, she's right. It's keep coming back to religion rather than addressing the scientific claims that's in the title.
You quoted at the beginning
She
of
pointed out
this.
physics.
You quoted Bible.
Of
That's
course
the
I did,
reason.
but that is not the only reason I know what the shape of the Earth is, and you.
You didn't give us any love. So, I mean, you can tell them that it's not the only reason, but you haven't given them any reason. I mean, maybe it was edited out. Maybe you had some elevation angle argument gold like we have day in, day out. But I doubt it. I've got to be honest.
Well,
that's
Well, she did say we see
it's
too
not
far.
fallacy.
Another baseless assertion claiming he's used a fallacy, not detailing it. Response from him, it's not a fallacy. What fallacy? Which fallacy? She hasn't detailed it. She's just said that's a fallacy. Well, no, that's a fallacy on your part. Baseless assertion.
It is a
Actually,
fallacy.
it is not fallacy.
It is a fallacy. It's not a fallacy. It is a fallacy. Excuse me. What's the fallacy? How was it committed? Explain that. It is a fallacy.
Fallacy.
Moderation
I'm
was
a
required.
theoretical physicist. What I'm doing is the combination of string theory and cosmology. So,
Ooh, scientist, eh? Well, it sounds like you might have some observed phenomena in your cosmology. What's your independent variable, Mr. Scientist? That was a bold claim.
we try to
Nathan, can I
understand what
comment?
happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason she finds herself in this situation is because when she did offer what she thought was evidence, we see too far. She didn't properly offer it in the specificity way that would tie it to their claim. In your claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, and then she goes through the black swan, of course, they didn't know about that then, but if she was able to do it now, then say we see too far based on that, she would have, but she never did, and that never even got tackled at the point she offered it. So when you don't kill it, this is where you end up going to all these tributaries of other talks. Then it comes back to her faith or other people's faith. And again, this is the whole point, that the so-called scientific world or these pseudoscientists that are here all know that the biblical and ancient records of ancient people, they all believe the Earth was not rotating and was flat. They all know that. So they say, you're a geocentric person, and we know we're not geocentric anymore. So this is where the Danny Faulkners of Answers in Genesis and others, okay, pastors in pulpit who believe the pseudoscience, are making this agreement with scientism by trusting the so-called evidence that's not, and somehow saying, well, God created it in billions of years, or God created the universe and all of these galaxies and multiple billions of suns. We'll give credit to God and we'll fit in perfectly. But these scientists get something right. Your books are geocentric, right? And so they keep throwing back at them and they don't know how to come back at it. Whereas the celestial sphere model that they still use today comes from these people, meaning the Earth is motionless and flat and is at the center. They still use that method while throwing it under the bus.
During the Big Bang, after the Big Bang, or even before the Big Bang.
What are you hoping to get from the discussion today?
There was no Big Bang. So the Big Bang's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Anyone want to add anything to that?
Oh, I
Well, tell
hope
us
I would.
why it's a violation.
Pardon?
Tell us why it's a violation for the audience.
Energy can't be created or destroyed. Isn't it self-explanatory? It's describing
It is
energy being
now.
created from nothing. So it's a direct violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Could someone else dumb it down? I don't know how to.
Nope, that's it.
Would be able, particularly to the young generation, to convince them that first they should think critically and don't believe anything. They shouldn't take anything for granted. Look at.
Don't need to do any of that if you've got science. Just be able to comprehend the information being presented to you. If A, then B, which can't simultaneously be A if A, not B. Those two things can't coexist. So at the end of an experiment, that's what you're offered in the information upon validation of your hypothesis. So it doesn't require any of this thought or mental capacity that he's imploring you to use. Doesn't involve any of it. Just comprehension of words.
The evidences and examine those evidence.
No, the evidence would be the scientific evidence, aka the outcome conclusion of the scientific experimentation based on a hypothesis. You don't have to assess it at all. What is offered at the end is empirical. Literally requires zero thought. It's just a statement of fact at the end. A causes B. Or A doesn't cause B. Now you can either comprehend that or you can't. Doesn't require much intelligence.
And throw away those claims that are not evidence-based.
Evidence-based would be systematic experimentation based on hypothesis. That's scientific evidence. If A, then B, turning into A caused B. That's scientific evidence. You establishing the cause of a phenomena you study in nature. That's the scientific method.
Science, not to put it down, but when you're talking about raw.
Yeah, it's very sensitive. It's just spent a long time in jail, love. It's having a divorce from natural law. Don't put it down. He might cry. The whole body of it might shudder.
Rocket science. This is very difficult for the majority of people to understand, and it's
because it's not science. It would be a lot easier to understand if it actually had science attached to it, because it would just be a statement A causes B, if validated by science. Whereas rocket science, complicated to understand. Well, technology often is, but that's not science. So why you're talking about rocket science when it's not science, I don't know.
designed that way. And so, in a lot of ways, hiding behind rocket science is similar to religion. If you
No, it isn't. They're claiming that the rocket science takes them to a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. What's to understand? Does it matter how the rocket works? Does it matter what fuel it uses? Does it matter the metal integrity or the tensile strength of the stuff that's holding it together? Does any of that matter? Not really, because it's travelling to a sky vacuum that isn't real. So none of this really matters. It doesn't matter how complicated you see rocket science is. It isn't science, and they're not travelling to a sky vacuum. That's what matters.
You look at the Catholic Church back in the days, only we can interpret the Bible. You have to listen to what we say. So in a lot of ways, we're getting that same notion from science.
No, that's pseudoscience, love. You're not accurately describing what you're describing, because you're saying it's science that does that, and it isn't. That's pseudoscience. The people sat opposite you, the ones that say they've got science when they don't really know what that is. They say they've got empiricism when they don't know what that is. They say they've got evidence when contextually it would be experimental evidence. That's what scientific evidence is. So what you're calling science and seemingly throwing you under the bus is actually pseudoscience. Well, let's define what pseudoscience is. A claim of empiricism or science where no application of the scientific method has taken place. That's pseudoscience. And that's what they've got. No application of the scientific method has taken place, but yet they're claiming they've got empiricism, evidence, proof. That's pseudoscience that you're throwing under the bus there, love. Get it right. Science is an empirical method, if employed correctly.
That says, only we can interpret what these numbers are. You just need to trust us.
Right, numbers, again, demonstrating she doesn't know what science is. Numbers is maths. Science establishes cause. Cause isn't quantitative. If I say how much acid will make that water boil, the quantity of acid is irrelevant. The maths of it, the numbers, doesn't matter because it's not causally linked to the water boiling. So you don't need to worry about the numbers. That's maths. You don't understand what science is, love. Stop talking about it.
But then when we actually do go and test some of their equations and they don't work.
Sorry, test equations.
Test their equations.
Sorry, we don't test equations in science. We vary and manipulate that which we assume cause and effect we're studying and see if it causes it. No numbers involved.
Does that beg the question for us to go and test it ourselves? Absolutely.
Doesn't understand what beg the question means out of context. That raises the question. It doesn't, because she's out of context with the thing she's saying it raises the question of. My God, what a clusterfuck.
Yep.
I would say, you know, one great thing about science is its predictability.
A prediction in science is a hypothesis. So the great thing about science is hypotheses. Not really, because they're yet to be validated. They're just predictions without validation. Suppositions of cause that may or may not prove certain. Well, that's not really a great thing to offer unless you actually go forth and validate it. The predictability is a hypothesis, my friend. Again, you don't know what science is.
Let's for some moment, for a short moment, assume that your model, this flat earth model, is correct.
Why would you assume that she assumes or has a model? Let's see if she just sucks that up wholeheartedly and starts regurgitating out crap about a model that he's imposed upon her while he stood in front of a globe, quite literally. Oh, they have stuck a flat earth model in front of them. Make sure you know what you're going to be arguing about in false dichotomy. Here's a little flat earth model and here's a little globe model. Make sure you stick to them. Good dogs.
I don't know, what does it buy for us? What does it predict for us?
Predictions in science are hypotheses. That's what a prediction is. Hypotheses are predictions. Why are you asking this one looking at models?
So my question for you guys would be, next time, bring me something from your theory, your model.
From your theory, your model? In science, a theory is the result of experimentation based on valid hypothesis, based on phenomena observed. That's what a theory is. Are we now talking colloquially about theories again? Because we don't know what science is, to contextualise it within the discussion with scientists asking in a reification whether or not we can trust science and its whole body that's getting divorced after being in jail.
That you can predict something which the globe Earth model cannot predict. Then
models making predictions is ludicrous when you're talking about science. They don't know what a prediction in science is. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He means hypothesis. If he's going to talk about predictions, he's talking about a hypothesis. And if A, then B, or in the null, if A, not B, where's that in your model? Oh, it's not science. We're now talking about model reification, like the title suggests.
Then I would change my mind.
I would just say that don't believe anything that I've said.
I didn't. I ripped it to shreds, along with my panel.
You got to do your own research. And I think what you...
We did. We found out that they didn't have any science and they weren't scientists. We'd have pointed out that they were pseudoscience pretender clowns, and we'd have highlighted it by asking them what science was. Given that that's the discussion topic, it would have been nice to see a bit of Socratic method employed, and you establish what you're actually talking about before you waffle on about religion for 30 minutes of my time in edit. This was the best of it, by the way, lads.
You'll find is that you'll see that a puzzle piece doesn't fit. And the only way you're going to do that is if you put your own eyeballs on it.
I don't believe...
It's talking in metaphors. Puzzle piece doesn't fit, and you'll only see that if you put your own eyeballs on it. I mean, that's almost as good if the Earth was a sphere radius 3959. Every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer side in feet, as laid down in the globe Earth mathematics. We can show demonstrably that the horizon is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth radius 3959. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve, and the Earth is not a sphere. But on the other hand, there's lots of puzzle pieces, and if you can see that, you can put your eyeballs on it. Why the fuck are you representing me, you stupid idiot?
Metaphor, that's all.
Just shit. This is useless twats babbling about nonsense.
Blame people for being skeptical. I'm skeptical about a lot of different things. I applaud that.
Wowee, who cares? Prove a sphere or prove flat Earth or debunk a globe or debunk flat Earth. No one cares about how skeptical you are and how you admire that in others.
Instinct in you. But you have to go beyond just not believing in something. Ask the hard questions.
No questions to be asked if you had scientific evidence. It would just be comprehension of a statement of fact. If A, then B, turning into A caused B. What do you need to believe? What questions do you need to ask? Why would they be hard? Oh, it says A caused B. This is hard. I need to think about this a lot. No, you don't, you stupid idiot.
Ask what qualifies a YouTuber, a book author, anywhere else you're getting this information. What qualifies them to make wide-ranging comments about the shape of the Earth?
Well, we show how Earth is navigated and how it is impossible to use that method of navigation if the Earth was curving away from you at 8 inches per mile squared, because it wouldn't give you an angle. What qualifies me as a YouTuber? I've got lips and I can talk. I'm not science reified into a body. I've got one and I've got a mouth. And I can describe how a bloody angle works. It's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. One of them can't be curved, and they're used in navigation to move around the plane we work on. Same goes for building things. They do it with reference to level. Same goes with the maps. Same goes with Google Earth. It's all flat. Demonstrably so. What qualifies me? No qualifications needed. I can just show that to be a fact. It's not like I'm making up how navigation works.
Look, anybody who can overturn Einstein or some major theory is going to...
Major theory? In science, Einstein would have to have systematic experimentation based on hypothesis to form his theory, and he hasn't got that. So we got there in the end. They were greasing the skids, unless this is a flat earther talking, in which case, understand Einstein's not science, flat earther.
It is a flat earther. It is a flat earther talking. That's Dan the Waterman.
Either way, he should know. Science and Einstein shouldn't be in the same sentence when it comes to relativity or gravity or anything in the context of flat Earth. But they'll be greasing the skids that Einstein's quote-unquote theory has some relevance in the discussion. If this is the flat earther, why is he saying this?
going to be eventually written in the halls of science for the rest of their lives. But
will they be written in the halls of science? Science doesn't have any halls or walls to write on. It's a method. Non-stop reification fallacies.
they have to come up with the goods. They have to show good science-based evidence that what they...
Good science-based evidence? Isn't that a bit redundant? It's either science-based evidence, meaning it's empirical, or it isn't. It's not good science-based evidence. That's redundant. You don't know what science is. That's why you're adding this extra qualification onto scientific evidence. It's not good science-based evidence. There's no such animal. It's just scientific evidence. Is or is not.
They say is true, and they have to withstand the test of time. And
no time test will ever change the fact that lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. Scientifically validated, it will never change. Systematic experimentation will always demonstrate the same exact relationship, the cause and effect, that has helped people not die. You think that will change with the wind or with time? No, my friend, you are a clown.
peer review and the rigors of the scientific method.
Don't mention what the scientific method is. You don't know what it is. Go on, whoever.
I said peer review. Peer review doesn't have anything to do with scientific method. Peer review is based on subjectivity. Again, a complete category error. He's just waxing philosophically about vague nonsense he's clearly clueless of. This is nonsense.
Thank you. I'm all Slit.
Oh, we had a great
Ollie, it
debate.
was nice to meet you.
Yeah, we really did well. We disagreed. Yeah, I agree. Disagree.
Hey, I want to
could
give you a
disagree,
copy of my
I agree.
novel.
Disagree.
Hey, good job to you.
Thank you guys for watching this episode.
Yeah. What a waste of time, Jason and John. Were you the moderators? Why didn't you ask any questions that had any direct bearing on science? Did you title it with a reification fallacy, you pair of wallies?
Wallies.
Sort of middle ground.
That's right.
Middle ground? So what, sort of somewhere in between flat and curved?
Know that one of the biggest requests we get is we just want longer episodes. We want to know more about these stories.
So what we did was we took this interview that was basically shit for 5 hours. We edited it in with a few vague, off mic, 30 feet away, non-audible dialogue. And we got... Let's have a little look. Where's the number of views? It doesn't show how many views it's had. Oh, where's the number?
YouTube has stopped doing that for some reason.
Oh, no. Here it is. We cobbled together this shite with a bunch of Muppets, and we got 23 million views for it. We edited in the bits where we were telling them what we were going to be doing next while they were standing around, and it got us 23 million views. Top work. All the way to the bank, lads.
23 million views of Pretender Clown Flat Earthers. That's what it got you, folks. Take that in.
Yeah, but it's a business plan. You put out stuff like this, and you get 23 million views with ad money. Day one, everybody else was left in the days.
23 million views of watching Pretender Clown Flat Earthers, folks. 23 million.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Dan the Waterman's arguments pales in comparison to what we did.
Pals, got it.
We had a bucket of laughs.
Good one. But see, that's
Well-
why Kiwi said your moderator should have some sort of science acumen.
Nathan, well done.
Yeah, another one.
Blimp. Anybody got any last remarks?
Nathan's version of the treatment.
Yeah.
Is that what we just did?
It's been a great show, Nathan. Great
Your-
show.
The treatment
I
was
need a shower.
Brian's idea a couple of weeks ago.
I felt
That
the
was
same way,
Brian's
Neil.
idea a couple of weeks. That's a good one.
I love it.
With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible, and of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, smashing the PayPal link, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!